Okay. All right. Okay. All right. Well, fine. It's okay by me. Okay. Calling us to order. Is there a motion to go into closed session pursuant to the agenda?
So moved.
Is there a second? All those in favor, aye? Aye. Any opposed? We'll go into closed session. We'll be out of closed session in a little bit and then start our other schedule. calling the Board of Education back into session. Is there a motion to secure from closed session and go into open session?
So moved.
There's a motion by Ms. Caldwell. Is there a second? Second by Mr. Benway. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Okay. So at this point in time, Dr. Locklear, why don't you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Yes, sir.
Do we need to do that first? Okay. I'll tell you what. Is there a motion to approve the agenda? Okay. a
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. We're approved. Now, Dr. Locklear. To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Where's mine? We're missing. Okay. That's okay. I apologize, I didn't notice. Okay. Okay. Well, I'll turn it over to the, for a moment's silence.
If everyone would join me for just a moment, please.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, let's go immediately to our reports and information. Dr. Locklear.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning again, board members. Good morning to the team that's with us today. This is our board's annual review of approximately half of our school improvement plans. As the board is aware, as part of the Moore County Schools Way, we have a framework for school improvement that our schools have implemented, and we've built and grown that and continue to grow the fidelity of implementation year after year. And so our school principals are here today to share highlights from their respective plans that their teams, teachers, instructional assistants, parents, and others on their school improvement teams have built. And now that they have planned the work, they're going to work the plan, as I like to say. And that's what effective school improvement is, working the plan. So I'm going to turn it right over to Dr. Mike Metcalf and team. We've got the dream team here today to back him up. He needs it. Just teasing.
So it's going to be that kind of day. I can.
Just trying to have a little humor, Mike. Just trying to have a little humor.
Appreciate
But good morning, team, and good morning, Mike. Turn it right over to you.
Good morning, board members. Thank you. We look forward to the next 2 days. I'm glad that you found nice, comfortable chairs to sit in as we get to work today and tomorrow to review about half of our school improvement plans. Half of our schools, as you recall, our schools are on a 2-year school improvement process. So you can have the opportunity to meet with the principals of about half of the schools today and tomorrow. As you recall, last October 7th, we spent a lot of time reviewing the school improvement process. I would recommend to the community, if they're wondering what we're doing today, to go back and take a look at that video. We really did a thorough review of the school improvement process. I want to give a couple of highlights as we get started today. Of course, the school improvement process all starts with the district's and the board's strategic plan, and just bring our attention to your mission that all students will graduate with the skills, knowledge, character, and education to become proud and successful citizens of the United States of America. And of course, that one of your core beliefs is that our educators are empowered to meet the learning needs of our students. School improvement process is based off of legislation and of course Morris County School Policy 3430. Each school has a school improvement plan and a team. The team is elected by the school staff. The team works to develop the school improvement plan. They design the targets and work to positively improve the school's greatest areas of academic and cultural needs. Each school improvement team designs the plan and is voted on by the school staff, and if approved, brought to the superintendent and the school board for acceptance or rejection as provided by state statute. So today is when they're bringing their plans to you. School improvement process in Moore County Schools. The principals have frameworks that they use. A comprehensive needs assessment is done initially. They've been doing that work throughout the summer and the end of the last school year. They then develop their plan based on the largest needs that they may have for their school and for their community, their school community. And then they monitor that, and they will be talking about that throughout the presentations today and tomorrow. As I noted, about half of the district schools bring their plans to you this year. And of course, we as a district also provide a number of supports for the schools as well, which includes our process check with each team throughout the course of the year, making sure they're on track, that these are living documents, that the work is ongoing. It's more important about the work and working the plan than just the plan. Built into all of this is the Moore County Way. I know you have seen this a number of times. We always try to bring it up. Our wheel on the left, which is the fidelity of implementation, the professional learning teams. You'll hear a lot about that today. The impactful lesson planning, effective and impactful and engaging instruction, and of course the frameworks that we have. Sure, you'll hear about that today. All of that, as well as that continual school improvement process. And as we all know, the triangle of success, relationships, systems and processes, the Moore County Schools Way, leads to outcomes. And as we shared also earlier this month, moving to 10th in the state in terms of grade level proficiency out of 115 districts. I'm going to say that as many times and to as many groups of people as I can, because I think our schools, our teachers, our principals, our staff behind me should be very proud, and you as a board should be very proud of that 10th out of 115 districts in the state of North Carolina, Moore County Schools. All right, here we go. A lot of support that the district does provide, explicit feedback on action steps, implementation, and progress. We do monthly review, discussions, data analysis of the school improvement team and the work that we track the work that they're doing. They put in minutes each month in which they meet at each school. We review those minutes to make sure we're moving progress on the plans that they have set forth. We participate in a number of those school improvement teams. Much of the work of Ms. Stewart is to work directly with those schools and then feed back to the district what their needs may be and be a conduit of information. So there's ongoing support, particularly in our low-performing or restart schools. We have a document, we call it our commitment to the schools, where we track the work that we're doing. We have discussions in our long half-day meetings that we have as an academic and student support services team. And one of the things we do is review where we're at the schools, look at what our commitment of support to them has been, and are we meeting our commitment? Are we there working with their teachers? Are we providing support in their PLTs? That's part of our work. We also do leadership walks at these schools. The superintendent does leadership walks at these schools, and we do learning and leading walks where we walk through, see what's going on in the classroom. We bring a team back. We provide feedback. We do that in a very positive way. None of this is negative or gotcha, anything to that nature. It is about how do we support, what needs do you have, what are we working on, do we need to make any kind of adjustments. School improvement is an ongoing process. It's about working the plan, as Dr. Locklear would say, not just the plan, work the plan. In addition to that, obviously, we're providing a lot of professional development, both to our principals, but also to our assistant principals, and then we have an obligation to provide that to our schools as well. Some of that's embedded. Some of those is at the school, embedded in the instruction they're providing. Some of our professional development we do is pull out work days and such that we do as well. And then we do retreats where we pull those schools that are low performing and restart and really work specifically on the flexibilities that they have and the supports that we can necessarily provide to them. So a good amount of district support, always self-analyzing what do we no longer need to do, what do we need to continue to do, what creative ideas have we found that we may add on to that and layer a higher additional support. One of the things that we have provided for you, just because educators speak such a different language sometimes, is a glossary of terms, and so that's available to you. Don't hesitate to pause and go, what exactly did you mean by that? And we'll be happy to share that out with you too, but we did want to make sure that you in the community kind of had a glossary that you can refer to of the terms that we use. And I'm trying, what you can expect today. So today we're going to be working with our schools that are kind of reporting out on their low performing status, their progress from their 23 through 25 school plans. We'll provide information about our low performing schools designations. We'll provide some timelines and then the support that we're providing to those low performing schools and what their plans are. Whoop. Am I going backwards? Where did I go to? Heather, could you get me back to where that was? I'm not sure what happened there. Yeah, I don't know what happened. So we're going to begin with two schools that were low performing but are no longer low performing. So we're going to get right into it this morning with your permission, Mr. Lee. We're going to get right into it.
Yes, go right ahead.
And I'll get started with the first two schools we'll speak with today are two schools that had been low performing but are no longer low performing. And so they can talk a little bit about how they've done that and what their goals are moving forward to keep that progress growing. Our first school is going to be Crains Creek Middle School and will be Mr. T.J. Martin, principal. And T.J. loves to make an entrance wherever he goes. As I said, Mr. Martin loves to make an entrance. Good morning.
Good morning, board. Yeah, I have a clicker. We're good. Good morning, board members. I'm TJ Martin, principal at Crains Creek. This is now my second full year at Crains Creek, previously at Elise. So we'll go ahead and jump right into it. Vision. So our vision at Crains Creek, provide a positive, safe, respectful learning environment where all students have the opportunities to become productive members of society. And that's something that we truly work towards and live by, where we go in the building every single day, educate the kids who come in there, and try to make them better people. Mission for us is dedicated to promoting the active learning, and I'm going to emphasize active in that, among students, ensuring that they acquire the essential knowledge and skills necessary for success, and nurturing a collective commitment to help all students achieve more and become responsible citizens. So we're looking at the whole child here. We have the academic piece, we have the behavior piece, the character building piece, to educate the whole child every single day. Our core beliefs, we believe strongly in promoting a learning environment that is safe, challenging, and positive. We want the kids to come to school and feel safe every single day. We want to challenge them every single day to get them to reach their maximum potential. We also want to create that positive learning environment where students come in the building and they feel safe, they feel welcome, and they're actively learning. We want our students to become lifelong learners. I tell them every single day, even being the principal at the school, that the learning does not stop. It does not stop once you sit in the chair. Therefore, we tell them, once you finish Crains Creek, you move on to either Pinecrest or Union Pines, that learning will continue. You're going to reach a point in your life where you become employed, you join the military, you go to college. The learning will not stop. And we really, really emphasize that with our students. We want a positive learning environment that's established through effective communication among staff, students, parents, and community. And that's one that we have really targeted this year, is to improve the communication, get all the stakeholders involved in the education of these students. We want to hold students to high expectations while encouraging both student and staff achievements. We do hold our staff and students to a high standard. With that said, when they don't reach that standard, we're problem solving. How can we support them and continue to push them to become or reach that maximum potential? We also believe in supporting and encouraging both students and staff achievements. If we do something good, we want to celebrate it. If we're not performing in an area, we want to problem solve and target that area so that we can then at one point celebrate that achievement. And then, of course, the educational responsibility lies with everyone, starting with admin, the teachers, the students, the parents, and community, and really building that partnership back up and making sure that we're on the same page. Because at 3 o'clock at Cranes Creek, the kids are going to go home, and then they're going to come back to us. So we want alignment there with what the parents and the school is doing and getting the parents involved in that education. Quick breakdown of our demographics. As you can see, we're approximately 55% white students in our building. The remaining 45% is going to be a breakdown of our minorities, approximately 23% African American Black students, 15% Hispanic students, and then of course 7% of our students are multiracial students at Cranes Creek, and that is of this year. So I'll jump right into our testing data. Last year I sat before you, we were a low performing school. We had a significant drop in our academics, presented a plan, and this is the data that shows the progress that we made implementing that plan. As you can see, all students' composite proficiency jumped from 47.3 to 54.3%. Substantial gain, but I can tell you that the staff, not pushed by me under any means, is motivated to get to that B status and continue that learning. That's something that if you go in the building and you speak with the teachers, you'll hear them say the same thing. This is where we want to get to. You can see that we have made gains in all of our subgroups as well compared to the previous year. And one thing that we've really looked at is what the data is compared to before the redistricting plan came to place. And as you can see, some of our subgroups, like students with disabilities, up to 20.9%, which is significantly higher than last year, but also higher than when we were redistricting and we received a new batch of students in. So this is something that we are proud of, that we felt that we did very well with. We quickly recognized achievement gaps in that, and that's something that we're targeting heavily this year once we kind of laid the foundation of what we need to do at Cranes Creek. Breakdown for reading and math, it will kind of show you the same thing. Significant improvements compared to last year, but we actually are looking at getting that number even higher. So the pre-COVID numbers, sorry, I didn't mean to yell in the mic there, pre-COVID numbers, and even going back to 2018-19, where you look at math was overall 59.1%, that's what we're trying to reach at Cranes Creek. Science tells a similar story, significant improvement from last year, but if you look at that 2018-2019 number, that's a target number that we're trying to reach with science, along with our subgroups. We did see growth with our subgroups, but we need them to continue to show that growth, close that achievement gap, and again, that's something that we're targeting pretty heavily this year. There's our EVOS growth indicator. As you can see, I reported last year, our EVOS growth was -8. That's a number that stood out to everyone on that campus, but it's also a number that we knew was not an accurate representation of what our staff and students can do. So we really hit the ground running last year and paid off for us. We ended up meeting expected growth with a 0.64. Improved our school report card grade from a 49 to a 61. Going from a D to a C, so we are no longer designated low performing, and we are motivated to never go back to that status again. So going into the goals, this is what we're really targeting this year. Overall, we're looking at increasing our composite proficiency. That's going to be reading, math, and 8th grade science from 54.3% to 59.3%. Last year, our goal was to reach approximately 52% for overall proficiency, and we surpassed that by 2%. But again, we're not complacent with that. We're really looking to hit that 59-60% this year with what we have in place. And then you can see the breakdown for reading, math, and science, increasing in reading from 53 to approximately 58%. Same with math, 47% to 52%. You're looking at a 5% increase there. And the same with science, another 5% increase is really what we're going for here. And you can see there's our targets that we're trying to reach for each one of those as well as our previous targets from the previous years, going all the way back to, I believe it's 2024-ish, yeah. So here's how we're going to do it. The first one is we're going to complete quarterly data dives during PLT. We're going to identify those standards that our students are struggling in. That's simply people sitting in a room, our teachers. We have our data in front of us. We're very data-driven and looking at, all right, what did we not perform well on? This is what we did well with our assessments, but this is something that we need to improve upon. And that's really the first step, is looking at that data, identifying where we need to grow, but then in turn putting a plan in place to increase that number. So this is essentially designed that we're going to target learning gaps. This could be individual learning gaps, which goes back to our achievement gap problem that we have identified. This also could be class sets. So for example, our 2 math teachers are going to sit there and look at the data. We gave the same assessment. If one teacher had students perform at a higher level on this particular standard, there's going to be discussion. What did you do compared to what this person did? And then reaching a plan of how we're going to go forward. With that is going to be spiral review lessons, which simply means we go back and reteach the standard. Not necessarily in the same way, but the same content. Identifying a way that we can reach these children and help them achieve mastery. We're also going to target professional development that targets effective questioning. One of the things that we saw last year is we had a building full of new teachers. So we really focused on just good quality tier 1 instruction, helping support them. The next step in that is increasing their depth of thinking, increasing the rigor. And one way we're going to do that is through questioning. Through questioning, you get the students to think on a deeper level. So we're going to target that for this school year and also implement content writing. One thing that we noticed is our students really struggle with writing. We consulted with C&I, Donna and Rachel over there, and it's called a Writing to Learn curriculum program, I guess you could say. And essentially what it does is it gives students and teachers strategies and materials to implement content writing in each class. We're not talking 2, 3, 4-page reports. This is going to be write me a paragraph or leading up to a paragraph on the function of ribosomes in a cell. So we started out this year working on, they're called kernels, where you give them a little framework. They have to write a sentence, and then we continue to build on that. This can be implemented at the beginning of class as like a bell ringer activator. Could be an exit ticket. Could be embedded in the middle of the lesson where we have them writing. And when you go back and review the students' writing, you get a better understanding of how well they understand that content once they put it on paper. We're also going to implement many professional development sessions that target our AIG students. That's one area that we feel like we need to really push our AIG students. And our AIG teacher has done a couple of mini professional developments already on strategies that we can use and teachers can use to extend lessons. So we're moving on from these are our kids who are going to master the content fairly quickly to how do we extend that lesson and get them to think on a deeper level for the content as well. So we're looking at all ranges of kids, from our lowest kids to our highest kids. But in this case, we're going to target our AIG kids. And we do a combination where the AIG teacher will push into ELA classes and run a co-teaching model. She also pulls students out during our flex time to work with them as well. For example, she most recently was working on some analogies practice to build vocabulary, get them to think on a deeper level. I was actually in that classroom, and you could see the struggle with the kids. This was something new to them, but it got them thinking on how you properly analyze an analogy and answer that question. So that's something we're going to continue to do throughout the school year. This year, we're also going school-wide with the Eureka program. This is a math curriculum, and it's a very good program in that it improves consistency from 6th to 8th grades. It's also a very traditional approach where the student has a workbook and it guides them along the way. So the teacher's going to present some material. The questioning in the book is very high-level questioning, which means on the back end with some of our lower students who are struggling, we do have to provide support. But after reviewing this, it really does a good job of increasing the rigor and providing the consistency in math. So our 6th grade teachers are implementing, therefore our 7th grade teachers have access to that same material. They know where the students came from, what was taught, and then we have conversation on how we fill that gaps as they go to the next level, the next grade level. We're also creating curriculum roadmaps, and it's exactly as it sounds. Picture a map that kind of provides direction for the students and the teachers. And in math, obviously it's going to build upon itself, but we use this in all of our core classes so the students know what's going to be taught, but they also have an understanding of how different standards are connected and how they all come together for them to master content. We'll also do instructional walks with admin, content specialists, looking at identifying areas to support our ELA and math teachers. Most recently did one in math to look at the Eureka curriculum and help the teachers with their planning and pacing and implementation of Eureka. One area that we're targeting in our 6th and 7th grade classes, core classes, we've actually increased to 80-minute classes this year. So we're working with teachers on how to plan for that, going from 60 to 80 minutes. What are we going to do in that extra 20 minutes and not just put them on a Chromebook, do iReady. We want instruction, we want small group instruction, we want individualized instruction during that time. Goal 2, we are looking at closing the achievement gap by 5 percentage points for all of our subgroups. So that's what you're looking at there. For example, our black students are currently at 29.6. That's the percentage or the percent achievement gap that you'll find between our black and our white students, and we're looking to close that. Now, what we're not doing is we're saying, hey, we're just going to grow all students. We don't want our white students to grow as much and push our black students to grow higher. We want them all to grow, but we do realize that we have subgroups that need to grow substantially higher. So we are really putting a lot of support into that, whether that's during PLTs, our flex class, which I'll talk a little bit more about just a minute, to really, like I said, narrow that achievement gap, but keep all students in a place where they are growing. So here's what we're going to do. First, we're going to implement common formative assessments, and this is something that the teachers do anyways. All teachers are going to give a formative or a summative assessment in their classrooms. This is something, bless you. This is something that we did last year. We settled on 2 weeks because it gives the teachers enough time to really teach, building up to a unit test. And the way it works is the teachers who are teaching the same content, they have test developed assessments on the content they've taught, and then we use that data based on what they're doing or how the kids perform to identify where we need to improve. It also helps us to target individual students during our flex class for our intervention program. We're going to implement kid talks, and this is where we get feedback from other staff who are involved. This could be teachers, this could be support staff, to overcome any challenges, barriers that we may find in that and really drill down to what's the root cause of the problem of why a child is not performing at their level. And so from that, we gather this information, develop a plan for this kid, and that's where we bring in everybody. This is going to be our school counselors, our teachers, social worker. So we're really targeting many different things. This could be attendance. This could be challenges that students are facing at home that we have to help them overcome, because if they come in the building worried about something at home, we've got to give them the support so they can learn in the classroom. Or this could just be, hey, there's something going on in the core classroom that's preventing me from performing at my current level. Being a former math teacher, you hear a lot of students talk about, I don't like math, I struggle with math. So part of that is also changing the mindset of the student, that yes, you can do math. You are able to learn and grow. We're going to implement intervention groups in ELA math and 8th grade science during our flex time to provide that support for low-performing students, and that's where the common formative assessments come in. So, for example, students take a common formative assessment. The teachers will sit down and identify individual students that they will then pull during their flex time for intervention. And we're targeting specific content and standards that they did not do well on. And that serves on a 2-week rotation. And it's driven by the progress that the students made. So if a student is pulled for intervention, the 2 weeks is not sufficient to help get them caught up and master that content. They will continue to stay in intervention. What we found is 2 weeks is kind of a sweet spot where a teacher can work with them for 45 minutes a day for 2 weeks to help them get caught up and master what's being taught in class. And so at that point, they will then be released back to their regular flex class if the teacher feels they've mastered it. If not, they will continue to work with it. We've actually had parents come in, meet with admin staff requesting that the kid goes to this. So we've been working with parents as well to help with that intervention process. Our core and EC teachers will implement co-teaching strategies to help with content mastery for our EC students. That's something that we targeted last year and continuing to target this year. Every math and ELA class has an EC teacher that goes in to co-teach with them, with your teacher of record in there. And at this point in the year, a lot of it's built on the teacher relationships, helping them with strategies where they can co-teach, and you're not just having an EC teacher go around and help the kid do their work, basically, right? So there are times you could walk in a classroom, if you don't know who the teachers are, you will not know which one is the core teacher and which one is the EC teacher. We do a similar approach with our AIG teacher. Same way, you can go in an ELA classroom and they're back and forth when it comes to the delivery of the content as well as supporting groups. So you may walk in and see the ELA teacher has pulled these 3 students, the AIG teacher has pulled these students, while the others are working on independent work. So it really is a partnership effort there to help our EC students as well as our AIG students. And again, we're going to implement the writing to learn process. We're really targeting high order thinking. The kids put pen to paper or pencil to paper, you really get a good idea of what's going on in their mind and their brain and how that translates into what they know. Because if a kid is writing and they're asking a bunch of questions, you do get the idea that, yeah, we're not where we need to be. Or if they give you a beautifully constructed paragraph, you're like, you're 100% on it, you've put it on paper, and that's where we've kind of pulled back from the Chromebook use and the typing part of it. We want the kid to write. Our third goal is we want to reduce the percentage of repeat student discipline incidents this year. Approximately 71% of our students who had office referrals last year were repeat offenders for various things. So we've really improved the consistency of the discipline in the school, and really what we want to do is prevent the kids from making mistakes again. At the end of the day, they're middle school kids. They are going to make mistakes. If you've ever been in a middle school, you know exactly what I'm talking about. But it's working with them to help them learn. The whole idea behind the discipline is to learn from the mistake. And here's how we're going to do it. So if obviously they violate the Moore County School Student Code of Conduct, a consequence is administered to the students. For example, if a student is suspended for 3 days, when they come back to school, they are going to meet with our Dean of Students and they're going to develop a plan to correct this behavior. Is there any support that you need? Is there anything going on with other students? Kind of drill down to the root cause of the problem, but implement a plan that helps them get back on track and keep them from making that same mistake again. School counselors are going to do small group support where they bring in a group of students. Generally, this is by gender. So if we have some girl drama brewing in the building, counselors are going to pull them. They're going to help get down to that root cause. Most of the time, admin are in there as well. And it's really just, it's finding out what the problem is and how do we move forward and correct it. Because at the end of the day, the students know you're here to learn. If you ask the student, any student at Cranes Creek, why are you here? They're going to tell you, admin tells me all the time, we're here to learn. They know that. So we want to minimize the distractions and focus on what's really important in the school. We're also going to implement our PBIs program to reward students who exhibit that corrective behavior. And that's really just putting them in the spotlight. Hey, you've seen improvement, or you're doing the right thing in the building, and we want to highlight you and reward you for that, because you are doing the right thing. And we implemented round 1 of it, and our students who were not a part of this, it kind of opened their eyes to see, hey, the school's doing some things that is rewarding if I can behave, grades, all of that. And it's kind of self-driven there. It motivates some of our students to do well. They want to be recognized for that. Again, middle school kids are going to make a mistake, so we're trying to teach them that we have to learn from mistakes. I've made plenty of them. I've learned from those mistakes, and I relay that to the kids as well. One more. School counselors will meet with individual students with behavior concerns to identify the root cause. That kind of goes hand in hand with our dean of students. So, for example, if we had a group issue, our dean is going to take some of those. Our counselors are going to take some of those. And again, it's probably not the best way to say it, but a good cop, bad cop, where admin administers a consequence. We got to figure out what's going on and how we correct it. At this time, any questions? I'll be happy to answer them. Go ahead, start from the top.
I have lots of things that I wrote down. Oh, I'm so sorry. I loved right at the beginning that you used the word challenge, that you are challenging these kids every day that they come in. I also really loved that you are setting the bar high for the students and for your staff. And because I'm a firm believer, when you set the bar high, everybody lives up to it. So that was great. Also that you celebrate achievements. I think life should be celebrated. I think we should celebrate every single thing, even the smallest thing. So when you're celebrating and highlighting your achievements, I love that. I think that's great. I wanted to ask you, and I love that you're doing the extra 20 minutes. Your classrooms or your class periods are longer, and you're putting that 20 minutes to good use, not putting the kids on the Chromebooks. That's terrific. I wanted to ask you more about the Eureka math curriculum. When the board approved the books, I really spent a lot of time on that decision, as you know, because I don't like math books that are all reading. And I thought that there was an overabundance of reading in that. And I was worried about our kids that can't read up to that ability. But you explained it that it's doing fine.
Yeah, I will add that when I started teaching math in 2008, it was very traditional. You didn't have a lot of reading. It was
exactly. That's how we all learned. Right.
And after talking with Donna and C&I, we really looked at the EOG assessment. And once they revised 2013, 2014, I was still in the classroom. You started seeing more of the vocabulary embedded, the reading, the problem solving. It went from, can you solve this multi-step equation, to can you use Pythagorean theorem to find a missing side, and then find the area or the perimeter of the triangle. It became multi-step with the reading. So what we found is we really had to target that in the classroom and prepare the kids, because we have components of Eureka where it's there's a 2-minute, I call it a skill and drill. I think it has a different name, where the students have to, from memory, convert fraction 2%. And it's going to give them approximately 60 just skill and drill problems. You have 2 minutes, answer as many as you can without using a calculator. which is beneficial. When they take the EOG, you're going to see it's a multi-step approach.
It is.
There's a lot of reading. So we had to find some way to align closer to that
Okay.
so that we prepare them for how they're tested.
So you're happy with it?
So far, I am. I
Okay.
like the rigor. It's very challenging. You will find in an inclusion class that they do need more support. And that's something that our EC teachers are working on. You know, they lesson plan with the teacher so that they can provide that additional support for our EC students when they're pulled out for their academic skills time and flex. So and you may find that in inclusion, it does go at a slower pace simply because it's challenging. We know that. And I tell the teachers all the time, don't ever bring your instruction down at the level you're teaching. We want to push them as high as we can and then fill it with the support that you're not going to need in necessarily other classes.
Okay. Okay, that was terrific. And I love it that you're doing all this content writing. But that's writing. It's not on the Chromebooks. It's writing.
Pencil to paper.
Yeah, it's amazing what you can learn with writing. Yeah, that I loved. Also, you have your core and EC teachers implementing co-teaching, and which is when I taught, that's what we did. And because, you know, my math skills are not what a math teacher would be, so I think that is such a help and so wonderful. I absolutely loved your presentation, and I love that you said, we want the kids to write. Awesome. I think you're a great leader. I think you're doing an unbelievable job. Thank you.
Something that's okay. You're not taking full credit too, so I'm going to help you with this. But I need to compliment you on your math scores, because if everyone forgot, he had a online math teacher last year. So for those scores to be as high as they are, kudos to you and your team for doing what you did at that school.
Hold on, I just want to say that C&I deserves a lot of that credit. They were heavily involved with the Full Mind
Thank you.
online. Yeah.
Yeah. And another thing too, which I love about Eureka Math, that's going to help so much with the pre-ACTs in high school. Even though that's farther down the line for those middle schoolers to think about, it will help them with that vocab. And so I think Eureka is on the great track for Cranes Creek. And again, what Pauline was saying too, having that inclusion with the AIG, and the EC teacher is wonderful. As you know, having an EC child, I think it's great to have those teachers in there so they're not targeted and pulled out. They're part of the classroom. No one knows who is AIG. No one knows who is EC. So I love that, and thank you for continuing to do that. Another kudos too is that Mr. Martin has everyone in the school again this year, and I think that has been a huge help and a great service to all those children. So thank you for doing that and working however you're working that. Thank you. So that's all I wanted to say.
Since the first time we visited with you, back, I think you've been in the saddle about 3 or 4 months, maybe.
Yeah.
Somewhere there. It's clear that you've assumed full command of this organization, and that you have full command of the concept that you're driving for. I compliment you for that. One question: under your goal 3 action steps, the basically conduct, where does social emotional learning factor, if at all?
So it's a component of it in a sense that we're drilling down to what's causing the issue. For example, if we're very in tune with what happens outside of school, sometimes we get more than we need to know. And if we know that something's happening outside of school, we're prepared for that coming in school. And that could cover a wide range of things. That could be that a family member's undergoing some kind of significant medical treatment. It could be that there was a conflict outside of school, and we have both of those students in the school. And so we kind of get a feel for where the student is mentally, because sometimes they will come in and say, no, this doesn't bother me. You walk in a classroom and they're completely disengaged. So the focus for us is drilling down to it, you know, what's causing the issue and how the kids are feeling about it, but putting a plan in place, because the kids know, I tell them all the time, we're here to learn. At the end of the day, they're at school for 7-8 hours. You could block that stuff out. Same with conflicts in the school or something going on in the school. It's really just having a conversation with the parent, having a conversation with the kid. Oftentimes you'll see when you talk to the kid and you call the parent, parents are seeing similar things at home. They don't always call the school immediately and say, hey, this is going on with my child at home, but you see a lot of similarities, and that's where we like to bring the parent in, work with them. We're seeing the same things. How can we get this kid back on track? For us, it's focusing on the school side, the academics, and then at home, the parents looking at the behavior part of it and how they can support the academics at home.
Okay, thank you very much.
Mm-hmm.
Hello, Mr. Martin.
Good morning.
When you made your entrance, I thought John Wick came in the building. I assume that.
I've had John Wick and Johnny Cash today.
So you're doing a great job at a difficult task. If I recall correctly, well, the results speak for themselves. And if I recall correctly, you were at Elise.
Yes, sir.
And you started your career in Moore County Schools at Cranes Creek.
Mm-hmm.
And there was a need at Cranes Creek, and you saw the need, and you stepped up and really kind of volunteered to take charge. And again, the results speak for themselves. And I think we're all thankful for what you've done. I do have two questions. The first question is, a couple of years ago, it dawned on me, maybe a year, I don't know, sometime in the last couple of years, we had issues at Southern Middle School, and then we had the school reassignment plan. And then we had problems at Cranes Creek, and the common denominator was Aberdine Elementary School. And one day, it was actually when we were going through the school improvement plans, I think 2 years ago, it dawned on me that was not, students did not just show up at sixth grade and all of a sudden decide that fighting was acceptable and poor academic performance. That was learned and tolerated behavior. So I started looking at Aberdine Elementary School as a common denominator, and Cranes Creek is unique in that you have 4 feeder schools, right? You have Bass Lakeview, Cameron, McDeeds Creek, and Aberdeen Elementary. And how do the students?
Southern Pines.
I'm sorry, Southern Pines Elementary. Yeah, I misspoke. What did I say? Aberdeen? I misspoke. Southern Pines. So correct all my previous statements, Southern Pines, not Aberdeen. So my question to you is, and it's not broken down, and I should have asked this question last week, but how is the performance of the students coming from Southern Pines Elementary relative to the students coming from the other 3 feeder schools?
Honestly, they're very similar. What we do is, before they even arrive on campus, we're looking at their data as an elementary student. And at that point, all I see is a name on a paper, the data, this is their testing history, discipline. Ms. Campbell, our assistant principal, is very in tune with the Southern Pines community, so she knows a lot more about these students, where we sit down and we look at, they're now 6th graders here, what's our plan of attack for how we're going to support them and help them. What we found at Cranes Creek is that any kid who walks in that building has the potential to learn and grow. It's a matter of really drilling down to the barrier, the root cause of whatever's going on. Honestly, I worked with some tough kids in that school. Kid, for example, who went to the alternative school in 7th grade is now back and is an AB student. So it's really about what's the best strategy moving forward with that. Sometimes it's an easy fix. Sometimes it's not an easy fix. Sometimes it's something that takes some time. But what we found is you build the relationship with the student regardless of what's going on with them. Get them to see that, yes, you can be successful. That's where the celebrating the accomplishments comes in. We do shout-outs Friday where teachers can write shout-out notes for students. just so that they can hear that. But as we track them through middle school, you see the growth. And if you don't see the growth, there's a reason behind it. There's something going on, whether it's something that we did that we have to take a different approach, or it's something that we just got to motivate them. A lot of middle school is motivating kids because they become teenagers. If you've ever raised a teenager, you'll know they hit kind of a wall where they're not very motivated, to say the least. So really, when you look at our kids, it's hard to identify who came from where, to be completely honest. If a kid comes into my office, I'll ask him, where did you go to elementary school? Not that it matters, because I just want to know. But learning more about the kid. And as you learn more about each individual kid, it helps you as a teacher, admin, whomever, put a plan in place to help them, get them to grow. We're really just looking at growth across the board.
Yeah, again, the results speak for themselves. Another one of your challenges is having 4 feeder schools, and that's got to be difficult. My last question is, a school board, we, at the end of the day, we develop a strategic plan and we allocate resources. What do you need from us?
At this point, nothing. I'm gonna be completely honest.
Yeah.
The thing that I'm watching closely is our enrollment. We dropped down last year. We kind of stayed about the same, about 500 students this year. We did, for the year 2, have them all in the building. And I told the staff that I don't care if we have to cram them in a custodial closet for a classroom. We need them in the building, because what it does is allows our grade level teams to function as a team. It helps with transitions. If you walk the building, you're going to see 6th grade teachers escorting all along the hallways, our encore teachers. So that's something that is really at the top of our mind. If enrollment does go up, space would
You're
be a
not
big
built
one.
out to your core capacity, correct? Don't you have a core capacity of 800, but you're only built out to like 500 or something?
That's a good question. Yeah.
Core capacity is 700, and I can tell off the top of my head what they're built out to,
But it's not built out.
it's
to
not
the
built
core.
out to core capacity,
Yeah.
which is why we had modulars there, and that is on the board-approved master facility
Right.
prioritized
Yeah.
list,
Yep.
building out Cranes Creek to core capacity.
Okay, well, and we were granted a reprieve from that because of circumstances, but that reprieve is going to be short-lived as, Mr. Martin has success and parents return back and regain their confidence, plus the growth in that corridor. So we're going to have to address that core capacity growth immediately. Thank you.
Thank you.
Other members? Yes, yes, ma'am.
All right.
I keep forgetting you
It's
sometimes.
okay.
I apologize.
I'm easy to forget. You've received a lot of accolades, but I think that you were sitting here talking, and I couldn't help but think that I was looking at a younger Dr. Locklear. And I don't know what your goals are for the future, but you could go many places. So I want to say that. So, springboarding a little bit off of what Mr. Hensley was saying, I wanted to know, number one, please, how do you engage what are your community engagements, and specifically for the Southern Pines? Because the distance, that's the greatest distance that you have, and I would like to know, I'm glad to hear, when you said Vice Principal Campbell, is that connection for you? Could you elaborate just a little bit more on that? Because I'd like to know how you are supporting that and how we could support that for you, because I do think, even though you said you don't need anything from us, maybe you could use some support for that. Let me know.
Yeah, Miss Campbell she basically grew up in that community, so she does a lot of the legwork for the outside stuff, where she runs into parents at the grocery store or at her church and engages them in conversations, or they will engage her. A lot of times,
I understand that. Go ahead.
yeah, a lot of times it's if a parent comes in, let's say the child's sick, parent comes in, it's having a conversation with them, getting to know the parents as well. I've been out to the Brookside community a couple of times to speak with parents just for many different issues. And if you've ever been in Brookside, you'll go to speak with one parent and you'll run across 5 more. And it's not as difficult as it sounds. You'll find at the end of the day that all of our parents are on the same page. They
Yep.
want the best for their kid. We want the best for their kid and for them to reach their maximum potential. So we do a lot of engagement there where we say, listen, this is what your kid is showing in school. This is where they could be. And to be honest, you know, we're not asking the parents to go home and help them with math homework or reteach them math, because a lot of the parents will say they don't know the math or
Right.
understand it. But here's how you can support them. You know, give them a quiet space, sit down and do some work. Or, hey, we had this event coming up, like tomorrow we have our curriculum night. Come on. You know, if you need help with transportation, that's all things that we're trying to work out for them.
Okay.
Because there's need there,
Sure.
and parents want to be involved, but you just have to overcome those challenges and find a way to work with the parents, basically.
Okay.
So conversing with them, you learn more about the needs, where they're at. Here's what we're seeing in the building, and then just finding that common ground.
Okay. And my challenge for you, and it could be outrageous. You complete the quarterly data dives during your PLT to identify your low performing standards and students, and then implement blah blah. But you said something, I already put bi-monthly instead of quarterly. That could be that could be a huge challenge for a lot of people, and I understand that. But is that the sweet spot? Just like the 2-week sweet spot for your interventions for your kids? Would a 2-month instead of a quarterly? And that, I don't know the answer to that. That's something for you guys to think on, but that's a little bit of feedback I have.
Yeah, and that's something we're looking at too. It is, honestly, and it's really driven by the teachers. You know, they're very in tune with the data and identifying ways to help close those achievement gaps and help with the mastery.
Okay. All right. Further? Okay. Let me just say that I'm impressed with your leadership, and I'm impressed that you've taken what was a troubled school, and you've really, really turned it around. So I'm just sitting here amazed. So me personally, I'm very happy, and I think our entire board is. So
Thank you.
I would thank you. Dr. Locklear.
Nothing further. Appreciate you, Mr. Martin.
Thank you.
Appreciate
Thank
your
you, Mr. Martin.
presentation and leadership.
I did enjoy the comment that I remind you of a young Dr. Locklear. That's my highlight of the meeting.
I've never been able to pull off a beard like you, TJ. But I'll
Thank you
try
all.
again. Yeah, I'll try
I was
again.
gonna leave the hair out of it. I did.
Thank you.
TJ.
Thank you.
We have Ms. Priest coming in next.
We do. I feel like we should have walk-up music for our principals as they come in. This is another school that is no longer low performing, so very appreciative, and bring to you Principal of Elise Middle School, Ashley Priest.
Hello, everyone. Good morning. I am Ashley Priest. I am in my second year as principal at Elise Middle School. And so we're going to talk about our SIP plan and where we're at. All right, and so our vision at Elise Middle School is that we are going to create productive and successful students. Our mission is that we will provide all students with the skills, knowledge, and character to excel and succeed. And we worked closely last year to realign this with Morris County Strategic Plan as well. And so we do have some core beliefs. We do believe all students can and will learn. We do believe in creating a safe learning environment for our students. We are accountable for student learning. We are a bridge to our community, and we develop lifelong learners. All right, and so as you guys know, our demographics, we are a big Hispanic population, and so about 62%, and then of course we have about 23% white and 10% black. And so overall, in our school data last year, we're really proud of how we did as a school. And so you'll see last year we did take a dip in our data from the previous year, but we made sure to bring that up this school year. And so we improved by about 12 percentage points this school year. A little over 12, about 13, 12 percentage points. And you'll see that we are getting right on target and improved since back to where we were, or even better than the 2018-19 school year. And so if you look at our different subgroups as well, you'll see that we did make improvement, especially in our Black and our Hispanic population as well. We made some massive improvements in there. And of course, our economically disadvantaged students. An area of need, we did make some small improvements in students with disability, but that is something that we plan to target this school year, and you'll see that reflected in our school improvement plan. And so when you look at our reading data, and so right there, we did grow, our goal was to grow 10 proficiency points overall, and we did meet that goal. We actually met it in 1 year compared to our 2-year plan. And so we did grow 5 percentage points overall in reading, going up from 30 to 35.9, but we do still have some work to do in that area. We definitely, as you can see back, if we compare it to the 2018-19, we're still below where we were. And so we, you'll see that also reflected in our plan that we are going to be targeting reading. In math, we did do better in math overall, improving about 18 proficiency points overall, and you'll see that reflected in the subgroups as well, making great improvements in our Black population, our Hispanic population, and our economically disadvantaged students. And then in science, we did grow about 12 points in science, 13 points in science, and we were really proud of the growth that we made there as well, really shining in the Hispanic, white, and economically disadvantaged, and even growing our students with disabilities as well. And so overall as a school, we're proud at Elise. We always usually meet or exceed growth. In the past 10 years, that has been a trend. And so we're really proud of our school this year. We not only exceeded growth, but usually the index is about 2.2 to exceed growth. And we have about doubled or over doubled, about tripled by exceeding growth at 5.52 and getting in the top 10% in the state. So we're really proud of that growth that we made this year. And with that, because we exceeded growth and we did grow overall 12 proficiency points, we did move up to a C. And so we are, like I said, overall, we're just really excited. Our teachers and our staff and our students worked really hard last school year. And we still have a lot of work to do, and but we're off to a great start. And so with that, like I was saying earlier, is that we did meet our goal. Last school year, we had, we're in year 2 of our 2-year SIP plan. And so we grew, our goal was to grow 10 proficiency points. Well, we did that, and so we want to continue to grow and make that progress. And so since we have 1 year left, we are saying that we're going to grow 5 proficiency points this year. So going from 49.1 to a 55 overall. And then you'll see the different categories on there as well, and that we all have our individual goals for each grade level in each subject area as well. And so some action steps. We appreciate you guys approving us to be a restart school, and we are utilizing that, some of that budget flexibility and some of those other flexibilities as well that you'll see reflected in our SIP plan. And so one of those is purchasing a communication app. We know the importance of ensuring that our parents and our guardians are connected to our school and to our community, and we want to keep that line of communication open to help our students be successful. And so we believe it's really important to make sure that our teachers and our staff members are, I'm always communicating, weekly, but we want to make sure that they are all kept in the loop as well. And so you'll also see that we have on here that all of our staff will attend Solution Tree training. So we did a lot of work last school year in our PLTs. We're a little bit different than most schools because we're one of the smallest schools in the county. We're singleton and small schools. So the way that our PLTs operate sometimes look a little bit different. And we were trying to figure that out. How can we make sure that we're collaborating and, to make the growth, to meet the needs of our students in our school. And so we sent a group of teachers to the PLT training last year to see how does that work? How can we make that work at Elise Middle School? And we had some leaders in our school that helped us to build that up last school year. One of those is implementing, we reached an overall school goal of focusing on writing and incorporating more writing, looking at those writing samples, and are bringing that to the table, looking at that data, and because every subject area can incorporate writing. And so that's something that we really focused on last school year, and that really helped to drive our PLTs. So this school year, at the beginning of the year, we had a consultant come out to really dive into, first of all, so everybody's hearing that message. They're all understanding the why of why we're doing this in the PLTs, and just focusing on overall having that, skill that we're working on as a school, but also focusing on those essential standards, looking at that data. We are extremely data driven. All right, and so, and we're just continuing to go strong in our PLTs this school year as well too. This year, we are also implementing learning focused PD. We also had somebody come out to our school. We're focusing on the acceleration model, and so this is geared towards our EL students. It's really helping to hone in. We wanted to hone in on a couple different strategies. One of them is effective assignments, and so making sure that we're aligning our assignments to the standard, making sure that we're including critical thinking skills, and once again focusing on that writing piece as well. And so making sure we're hitting that rigor and that all assignments are grade level, and really just pushing the bar on that. And then that's what we're driving this first semester, is effective assignments, and really hitting hard on that in our lesson planning and everything that our teachers and students are doing. And then the second semester, we're going to hit hard on the vocabulary strategies and including best practices for that. And then you'll also see we have some walkthroughs going on, because we want to make sure not only are we providing professional development, but we want to provide walkthroughs to make sure how can we provide the best support for our teachers and staff, and to make sure, you know what I mean, what are the strategies that they're doing in the classroom that's working well, or what are some things that we can work on. Okay? And so in our second goal, we grew our, we did exceed growth in our EL and our students with disability, and we are proud of that, but we know that there is still a big achievement gap. And so our goal this year is to really work on closing that achievement gap in our EL and our students with disability population. And so we are gonna, our goal is to close it this year by at least 5 proficiency, or 5 points. And so some ways that we plan to do that is, we're very lucky the curriculum, Donna's team has purchased the rewards interventions, and I know it was approved by the board. And so we had all of our EC, all of our EL teachers, and all of our ELA teachers trained in this program, and we are using it during our flex intervention time. And so this is really working on that working on that vocabulary strategies, working on the decoding, and really helping to bridge that gap for our students who are below grade level, and to help get them to grade level. And so we're really looking at that data in our PLTs, working at our fluency data, and really helping that's one way that we're really working to close that achievement gap. We are also very grateful that the board has approved us to do the calendar flexibility. We have already done 2 days of it, one in September, one in October, and we have one coming up in a couple weeks in November. And so we are really targeting certain students. We invited about 40% of our population, mainly targeting our EL and students with disabilities, since we know that's our goal. And we had about 30% of our students that have shown up. And so we are able to team up our teachers, and they're working on intervention, doing that hands-on intervention. It's about over an hour of ELA, over an hour of math and science and organizational skills, and just about groups of 5 to 8. And so really having that individual small group time with the students has just been really powerful and impactful. So we're going strong with that. And then of course, like I said, we are gonna focus on vocabulary. Something that the county has already been implementing is vocabulary search. And so we have trained our teachers on how to do that in their flex intervention time. That they can do in a small group setting for students who really need help mastering that vocabulary. And then, of course, like I mentioned before, that we'll have the second semester, we're going to be focusing on vocabulary strategies as well that can be incorporated not only in ELA, but in all subject areas. And then our math and ELA, we were hitting hard on that last year in our flex intervention, and all teachers are teaching ELA and math intervention, and we want to continue to do that as well this year. But what we found out last year is that we're asking our encore teachers, our science and our social studies teachers who don't have that ELA and math background, to teach ELA and math. And so what we're doing this year is providing planning days for our math and ELA teachers to help with those lesson plans, and then to help facilitate that to the encore science and social studies teachers to help make sure that they're successful in truly implementing the intervention lesson plans as well too. And it's not stated on here, but we are focusing on our inclusion blocks on here and the planning piece as well. And so we want to, we're really working with our EC and our EL teachers to make sure that they are working with their core teachers and having that planning time to plan together, not just be given the lesson plan, but making sure that they're sitting down and working together to say, what are some of the scaffolds that we need to put in this lesson plan? This is what I'm going to be teaching, or we're going to be teaching, and what are some of the scaffolds that we can put in place for some of the students in our classroom. And so really creating that co-teaching environment. And so our teachers are working together. And really, you know, the goal is not to just have, you know, the one teacher in there and a teacher assisting. It's really, you know, 2 or 3 teachers in there supporting the classroom, and you don't know who's the teacher in that classroom because they're all working together. They're all supporting the students. Okay. And then our last goal is we want to work on successfully increasing the response on the teacher working conditions survey, that overall my school is a good place to work and learn. And we'd want to see that increase from 77% to 85%. And so just some targeted areas, of course, is we want our teachers to feel proud to work at this school. We want to build an atmosphere of trust and mutual respect. And we want our, you know, we want our teachers to recommend this school to parents, of course, and then working on that leadership aspect as well, and making sure that our teachers feel supported in everything as well too. Because we know that when we create a great atmosphere, we're going to retain our teachers, we're going to keep them there, they're going to work hard, and we're going to continue to see the success that we're seeing at Elise. And so one way that we are doing that is by, you know, we have some new staff that have come in. We have beginning teachers and new staff to Elise. And so we want to kind of bridge that gap between them and make sure that they're feeling welcomed and everything. And so we're just having like a little gathering for them once a quarter, so they can get together, talk about their concerns or anything, any questions, and of course just kind of guide them through some things that we may, you know, when we're looking at the data or having walkthroughs, what are some things that we're seeing that they might need to work on, and just have a little focus for that gathering. And then as a school, you know, when we're talking about the culture of the school, we have really worked on one of the books that we've read this summer and that we're implementing this year is called The 5 Dysfunctions of a Team. And so it's in that like triangle base. And so at the very bottom of it is 5 dysfunctions, like an absence of trust. And then of course you have the fear of conflict. You have avoidance of, you know, commitment, not keeping each other accountable, and inattention to results. And so our goal is to focus on all 5 of these aspects this school year, right? We know that when we really build that bottom layer of trust between, you know, admin and staff, between staff and students, and everybody's working on that trust piece, then we're really going to see the rest of these. We're going to have productive conflict. We don't want to avoid the conflict because we know that there's going to be conflict in school, but we need to have those conversations so we can get down to really working with our students and what we need to do for them. And then once we, you know, have those conversations, then we can commit as a team. This is what we're going to commit to. These are our goals, and then we can hold each other accountable. And then we're going to continue to see those results that we're seeing. And so really working in those student results, right? And that student achievement, you know, we're working towards that goal of wanting to continue growth And so we know when we're doing all 5 of these things that we're really going to see that grow. And so that is why you see a focus a little bit in trust, because we know that's the foundation that we need to have in order for the rest of these to grow. And then, of course, making our assistant principal full-time, which we implemented this year, has been a game changer. And so just helping to meet the needs of our students and our staff and our families and our parents, and just having 2 of us on campus as well. And then, of course, we have a lot of leaders in our school who are helping to mentor our teachers. We have some beginning teachers who need that support. And so we are providing that support through with our mentors through coaching cycles, observations, and mentor logs, helping them to plan lessons and just go through the PLT process and looking at the data and helping them to drive that small group instruction and those assignments, what effective assignments they need to be working on. And then, like I mentioned, we are a restart school. We're in our first year as a restart school, and we have been taking, these are some of the ways that we plan as a school improvement team that we talked about. We are going to spend it, and I've already talked about many of these already, so I'll just go through these a little bit quickly. But one of them was that communication app that we're going to bridge that gap between teachers, staff, and parents and guardians. And then, of course, our learning-focused professional development that's focusing on that acceleration model. And so really working on effective assignments and vocabulary strategies, as well as the walkthroughs that go with that. Having that new staff gatherings for our new staff, and so they feel welcomed and part of the team. And then we, of course, made our assistant principal full-time, providing stipends for our mentors that are mentoring our new beginning teachers and providing that support with them through those coaching cycles and observations and mentor logs. And then, of course, utilizing the calendar flexibility to provide targeted interventions. And that is
Thank you very
our
much.
plan.
Members of the board, questions? Yes,
I have a
please.
comment. I just wanted to compliment you on the team building, because we all know teachers want to be heard. I mean, you were a teacher before, principal. So I thank you for that. And I think, teachers know when their principal is a great leader. And so that shows. And they also know that you're a team player, too. So I want to compliment you on that, because I think that from going to, what was it, 55 to like 71, or I forgot what it was. But anyhow, it was a high percentage points for that. So so thank you for listening to them and realizing what your teachers need, because when we have effective teachers, we know we have effective students.
Absolutely.
Exactly.
Absolutely.
Yes,
Okay.
yes,
Oh, go
yes,
ahead.
ma'am.
No, you go.
Ken, go ahead, you're on.
I'll go. First of all, congratulations on your efforts. I know you've been there only, 8 months, 10 months? How long
At
you been there?
Elise.
Huh?
At Elise, I've
Yeah.
been about, a year and now 2 months in
Okay.
here. So, yeah. So
Okay.
a little over a year.
Okay, great. Out of curiosity, when does this solution tree training take place? Is that a periodic thing, or?
Yeah, and so usually on the work days or on the flexible learning days.
Okay.
So in the afternoons when we have that professional development.
Are those scheduled?
Yep, we schedule them ahead of time. So
Okay.
over the summer, we've scheduled a bunch of different things. We look at our calendar as a whole to make sure we're utilizing those days the best we can.
I'm very interested in the PLT process. I'd like to sit in on one of
Absolutely.
these times. Yeah. In fact, I'm continually amazed at all the subroutines and tools that pop out of the kit bag that you all have, and I'm interested in how you task organize those things to solve the problem. So I'll be.
You're welcome to come by anytime.
Yeah.
We have our PLTs on, most of our PLTs on Thursday. We do one of them on Tuesday.
Okay.
So otherwise, we're bombarded all day on Thursdays with PLTs.
All right. Well, thank you very much.
Yep.
Yes, who was next? Yeah, go ahead, Mr. Hensley.
Hello.
Hello.
I have I think I only have one question. Well, actually I have two. How many students attend Elise?
We have a little less than 200 students, about 195.
Yeah, and its
Give or
only
take.
feeder school is Robbins Elementary, correct?
Correct.
Yeah.
Yep.
So I couldn't help but notice that you appear to have a somewhat reverse achievement gap. I mean, if you look at your composites, I mean, if you want to pull it up there, the GLP slide 4, I guess. Probably going back 6 slides. Yeah, I mean, people can soak this in for a minute, but it's really highlighted. If you look on this slide with the GLP performance, the black subgroup actually outperforms the white subgroup. And if you set aside the students with disabilities, which is, obviously concerning, right? If you set that aside, you appear to have somewhat, but it's highlighted if you go forward 1 or 2, right there. I couldn't help but notice the significant increase in math performance with the black and Hispanic subgroup. That appears to explain most of it. What do you attribute that to? I mean, if you look, the black subgroup doubled in performance to like perhaps maybe a somewhat hard to
and
believe
so
score.
if you put our Hispanic and Black population, that's about 72% of our population. So that is majority of our population. The Black population is only about 10% compared to the Hispanic, which is relatively bigger. And so honestly, we worked our plan last year. We worked the process. We've had processes, procedures. Our teachers worked really hard. We had solid math teachers in everyone, and we didn't have, right now we're all dealing with a little bit of staff concerns. And last year we lost our EC teachers in October, and we had to, hire retired teachers, and we worked that process. I lost a 7th grade ELA teacher in January, and I had to move my reading intervention into there. And so you will see a significant improvement in our math, and I think it's because it was solid, effective, all year long, and we worked the process and we worked the plan.
Again, and I have no analysis of this other than pointing it out. Someone needs to do a deep analysis of this because, it all has, percentage of students and, there's a lot that goes into it. But if you look at reading, if you look at all the overall increase, the black stayed static, the Hispanic increased significantly, and the white increased a bit. And then the economically disadvantaged jumped quite a bit. And then when you jump over to math, holy cow, look, the black subgroup doubled, like literally doubled. The Hispanic went up, 50%, 40% maybe. And the white increase, and if you look at the economic disadvantage, which I assume is the majority of your school, it shot up. Again, I have no analysis of this, but I would just suggest, Mr. Metcalf, I'm sure you all looked into it. I'm not looking for an answer, but boy, there's something's happening that we should look into, is my point.
I would suggest also the real success, I think, at Elise is the growth. And if you go back to the growth slide, it's a massive growth. And so that's students looking at the individual students. With small schools, sometimes you get some swings with the grade level proficiency from year to year, but the growth is substantial and a lot to be proud of. That you won't necessarily see the swings. It's not impacted by the small numbers of students.
I said it in a negative way, several years ago. I said this to several principals, but as Napoleon said, there are no bad regiments, there's only bad colonels. Well, it's the same, the reverse is true. Good leadership reflects in a good team and blah, blah, blah. So anyway, so my last question is the same thing I asked Mr. Martin. At a school board, at the end of the day, we set the strategic plan and we allocate resources. So what resources can we allocate to you?
Honestly, we don't really need any resources. We have all the resources you guys have provided us. Last year we came asking for some things like the calendar flexibility, and we have the rewards intervention. We have a lot of things right now in place, and now it's just working that and helping our teachers to master that so they can be successful, so our students can be successful. So right now we're not in need of anything.
Yeah, obviously, there's budgetary constraints. We don't have
Yeah.
unlimited money. But I think,
Well, I could go on about that, but
look, I suggest, I would think that the next 4 years, the last 4 years, spent a lot of time getting back to blocking and tackling and getting rid of some things that needed to be getting rid of. I think the next 4 years, you'll see increased focus on buildings and other things that just weren't addressed in the last 4 years. So hopefully we'll be able to
well,
take
thank
care
you.
of some stuff. Thank you.
Appreciate that.
Further, members of the board?
I'll go.
Yes, go ahead.
Ashley, great job.
Thank
And,
you.
and by the way, great dress and
Oh,
great sweater.
thank you. I tried to be in my Elise gear.
Color is beautiful,
Oh,
and you
thank
look
you.
professional and absolutely lovely. I love that one of the things you said was we are a bridge to our community. Very important, and I thought that was very well said. Needless to say, your growth is amazing, and I agree with Mr. Hensley. There's something behind that you are doing exceptionally well. I loved it. I also love that your focus on vocabulary. I think that's amazing and really good. And I will be with Mr. Benway when we come to visit your PLTs.
Absolutely.
Because
Come on.
we love going to
Yes,
those.
I would love for you
Yeah.
guys to come on in.
Yes. Very, very good job.
Okay,
Very,
you.
very good job.
Appreciate that. Thank you so much.
Go ahead.
I do have a bit of a different question. Is your
Yeah.
attendance this year, have you seen a good attendance rate or any drops anywhere in particular?
No, our attendance, we really worked with our attendance last school year to increase that and to really make sure our student support team meets weekly, and then we have our problem-solving team that meets monthly. And so we've seen we continue to work the same process that we worked last year because it obviously worked. And so we're meeting weekly, talking about that, looking at students who may have some some concerns that we need to address, and we have a social worker and our counselor and the admin are all working with the teachers to make sure that we're putting a process in place where teachers are calling if there's students that are missing for a set of time, and that we're really increasing, or that we're really addressing that.
Okay, very good.
Yeah.
And congratulations, you're doing a great job. Thank
All right,
you.
thank you so much. Appreciate that.
Further questions from members of the board? One thing that I'm looking at here is D, all of a sudden exceeds growth, raise up a letter grade to C. You're progressing, doing fantastic. And so I think the board all agrees that you're to be congratulated on the efforts of the school. Looks very, very good. So we thank you very much. Dr. Locklear.
I echo that. Appreciate Ms. Priest's leadership and the hard work of her team. There's a lot to celebrate from that growth, and I know they're focused, as she said, working the plan this year, and excited to see where they go from here. So congratulations, Ms. Priest. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank y'all so much for your support.
Thank you, Ashley.
Thank you, Ashley.
Mr.
Yeah, would you like to take a brief break at this point in time? 5 minutes? Yeah, okay. We're stand in recess. calling the board back into session. Dr. Locklear.
Thank you, sir. And I'll throw it right over to Ms. Brandy Kelly, our principal.
No, you won't.
No, I
Turn it
won't.
over to me.
Sorry. I'll turn it right back over
Remember
to Dr.
who I
Metcalf.
am. I'm over here.
Yes, Dr. Knight Metcalf, yeah.
It's not TJ.
I thought we were throwing it right to her. My apologies. But we now are transitioning into our schools that are still designated as low performing. We still are proud of the work that's happening at those schools, excited for the growth that we believe we're going to continue to see in those schools. And in just a moment, we'll be hearing from Ms. Kelly, principal at Aberdeen Elementary. But first, Dr. Metcalf.
Thank you, Dr. Locklear. I appreciate that. Yes, we do have two low-performing schools, reoccurring low-performing schools. That's Aberdeen Elementary School and Robbins Elementary School. And just as a reminder, a low-performing school are those that receive a school performance grade of a D or an F and a school growth score of met expected or not a met expected growth, and that's by general statute. There's a couple of regulations, requirements that come with being named a low-performing school. One is that the superintendent has to make a principal decision. For both of Aberdeen and Robbins, our principals have been at the school. They've been assigned less than 2 years. This is the second year for Ms. Kelly and the first year for Ms. Robbins at Robbins Elementary School. So the principal is retained in the position without a remediation plan under those certain guidelines. In addition to that, there are requirements in terms of the observations of staff members. It requires that all licensed employees are evaluated early enough to allow for adequate time for a mandatory school improvement plan if necessary. And then based on that formal observation and other available evaluation data, the administrator assigns a performance rating. And if the licensed employee is determined to have an area of deficiency, then the evaluator will recommend to the superintendent that the employee receive a mandatory improvement plan or be dismissed, demoted, or not recommended for contract renewal, or be removed immediately for conduct that causes substantial harm, or can make no recommendation with an explanation of why they're making no recommendation to the superintendent. These are called super observation requirements. And then also, you've seen these dates before, some of the requirements. And for low-performing schools, they submit a preliminary plan for improving the school performance grade to the Board of Education. We did that on October 7th. They also had to notify the community that they were low-performing and that their plan had been out for feedback. Today, they're presenting their plans to the local Board of Education, and then we will submit them for final approval to you on November 12th. And then on November 13th, we'll submit the plans to the state board. And of course, the plans already have access for the public, can access them on the website. Both of our low-performing schools, Aberdeen and Robbins, are restart schools. And so as you know, that creates some flexibility for them. If a school is deemed reoccurring, which this is, because they've been low-performing for at least 2 of the past 3 years. Restart flexibilities can be in the area of assessment, budget, calendar, class size, curriculum, and employment. So it gives you a little bit of background on the 2 schools that we'll be talking to today. And next up is Aberdeen Elementary and second-year principal Randy Kelly.
Thank you, Dr. Metcalf. Appreciate that. So I will preface by saying, yes, we are at low performing status right now. Don't quote me on it. It doesn't help that we're being recorded right now. But I have no plans for it to stay in low performing. I do believe that we are on our way of getting out of low performing. So just hang with us and be patient with us. We are rocking and rolling in Aberdeen. We've got great things happening. So I'll just say that. So I'll start with our vision and our mission. We met as a school improvement team over the summer and looked at our vision and mission. If you may remember last year, we adopted the district's vision and mission. We moved away from where it was before, and we went straight to the districts. This year, we kept the same vision as the districts, and then we really got together and did some hard work as a school improvement team in our retreat, and then in a couple of our professional developments. And this mission, we are so very proud of. It is one that when we got together with our team and started looking at the data and the raw performance growth and looking at the scores. You know, we kind of were defeated for a little bit. We didn't live there. We talked about it. We put it out in the open, and then we said, you know what? Let's own it and let's move forward. And so this mission is what came out of that. And so our new mission statement, I'm proud to announce, is Aberdeen Elementary is unwavering in our commitment to high levels of learning for all. And this actually means a lot more than what it is at face value, because what we discovered at Aberdeen is the kids have had teachers over the past several years and leaders and different people in and out of their lives. They've given up on them. People leave. People try as hard as they do, but for whatever reason, it's not sticking. Until now, we're starting to see some fruits of some of the teacher retention. And so this mission statement actually encompasses everything that we talked about, because we decided to get together and we said, you know what? We need to be committed to the kids, because if we're not, then they're not going to be either. And so we have started putting this out on our social media sites. We've started putting it out on all of our everything inside the building. And so unwavering is one of the hashtags you'll start seeing on social media. And what that means is we're rock solid in our commitment, and we're not going anywhere. We are going to come together, and we're going to fix this problem together. And so I'm really excited about the mission statement. And then our beliefs, we also came together, and our whole school improvement team wrote these beliefs, and we wholeheartedly believe these. And so we said, I'll actually jump down and I'll get back to the top one, because we said we will be approachable, respectful, transparent in communication, because we discovered that in a large school, when you take Aberdeen Primary and Aberdeen Elementary and when you combine them in the middle of COVID back in 2020, what we discovered is there was a lot of miscommunication back and forth, and so we're still learning how to communicate together as a staff. And so that's first and foremost one of our most important beliefs. Another one is demonstrating effective proactive collaboration with all stakeholders. That means the parents, that means district office, that means the board, that means our students, our teachers. Establish clear expectations, holding each other accountable, and then create, nurture, and sustain a culture of celebration and appreciation. One of the things our team talked about is the celebration, maybe little small increments at first, and that's okay, because once we start doing the small increments and we start building upon them, we're going to have great success over time. And then I'll go back to the top one. So the top one we added as a conclusion. Once we put together, we said, you know what? One of the things we're finding is when you have children who, some of them have gone through trauma, some of them have had they just have tough things going on in their lives, whether it's personally or whether it's in school or whatever's going on. We decided that as a staff, the staff has to be unwavering, but we also have to intentionally foster those positive relationships. And so we've had to have a lot of really hard conversations this year, because quite frankly, I told the staff this at the very beginning of the year. We had a really clear staff meeting where we said, you know what, I want all in. And if you're not all in, we're going to have a conversation. And so some of those conversations are hard when it then becomes one-on-one conversations. But what I'm finding is if you aren't serious about loving children and putting your priorities first and throwing everything in it, then maybe it's not the right place for you. And so we've had a lot of those hard conversations, which means that first belief statement is probably the most important one. It is those relationships with our students and with each other, because we can't do it without each other. All right, so here's our demographics. We like to call ourselves mini America. It really is. It's kind of 30-30-30. We have 32% black, 33% white, Hispanic is 21, and then the multiracial is obviously that, multiracial. And so it is mini America. It's like a melting pot, and we love it. So this is what hit us hard. Whew, I'm not gonna lie, we rolled and round in some disappointment for a long time. This hit me hard over the summer. And then I had to remember, the research shows 3 to 5 years is what it takes to turn a low performing, or any school around, any school. And no matter what type of school it is, I've always said I wanted to turn a school around. I've always said that. That's kind of the challenge of the job. And so that's one of the things I had to tell myself this summer is, oh, here we go. All right, here's what we're doing. We saw some fruits of the labor, and we'll talk about that in the indicators and some of our action steps. but it was more in culture. It was not in achievement. And so this is not acceptable to us, to anybody on staff, to no one. It hit us hard, but again, we didn't live there. And so we did take a major dip, especially from 22, 23, in really all of our areas and in all of our subgroups as well. You'll see that our black population, 18.5, and then the students with disabilities, those are the two that we're going to really hit hard and that we wrote about in our plan. Those are really the two that we're going to focus on. So looking at reading and math performance, same thing. You'll see over in both of those, we took a major dip in both reading and math, especially from 22, 23. Some of them line up with the 18, 19. You know, I've tried to find some glimmers of hope there, but it's still no excuse because our kids can do better and our school can do better. I know it because we see it every single day in the little tidbits when we do a pre-assessment and then a post-assessment. The kids can learn, so there's no reason why we're not a C school, at least right now. And so we will get there, but there's our composite. And then in science should be an easy win. It really should be, because if you follow the pacing guide and you follow the multitude of resources that CNI gives us, science should be golden. And so we really are working with this with our 5th grade teams, with our CNI department, who's amazing, and we're going to work on getting that up as well. This is what hurts the most, is really that growth index is absolutely awful. And when we've talked about it as a school improvement team, you know, it's hard to steer conversations sometimes because people have a tendency to say, well, it's our kids can do this, or certain things happen. And we said, you know what, we cannot live in excuses. We have to look at what are the things that we are doing right and which direction should we go in, and let's focus on that. And so our growth is obviously, you know, when you look at EVOS growth, it's comparative data looking at each child and their performance in the past, but it's also comparing it to students much like them in the rest of the state. And so when you explain that to students and to teachers, when you really explain it to the staff, they say, oh my gosh. I mean, literally, let's take an example of Johnny in 5th grade. If Johnny in 5th grade is sleeping all the time, or maybe once a week this year, but last year he slept 4 days a week, oh my goodness, there is growth. Let's get him to improve and wake up, and let's find what is the root cause of him sleeping. And that contributes with the EVOS growth. So I do hope that continues to go up and not in the other direction. Okay, so this is our goal 1. So based off the analysis of all of our data for school improvement, we really looked at how can we meet the goals that we want to meet. So our goal is to get out of low performing status, and at first we said let's do 5 points, and then we really started looking at it and said, guys, in order to make the goals that we need to meet, we need to do 10 points. And so that's the one that we set off to make. And so our goal is now from 30.1 to 40.1 in math, and the 33.4 to 43.4 in reading, and then the 33.7 to 43.7 in science. Okay, so I'm really excited about the action steps. There are so many things that we have put into place, and that also is one of the complications of Aberdeen, is there were so many different things put into place over the past several years that it became muddied. And so one of the things the school improvement team did over the summer and our leadership team is we said, let's laser focus on how do we improve student achievement. We tackled the school culture last year, and we made amazing strides, incredible strides with the staff. We had such a huge turnover, and so we were kind of building, I often joke with the staff, we're building the plane while we're still flying it. And so that's our opposite. That's really difficult to do, and so we decided to really hone in on certain action steps. And so the most important one, I think, right now is our promise standards. We're so excited about this because we took our team, so we met with Solution Tree, and we'll talk about that, I think, in another slide. But around August 12th, we had a school improvement meeting where we came together and we talked about promise standards. And we really started looking at the actual standards from NCDPI, the curriculum documents from CNI, and we analyzed them and said, we need to focus on what are the key ones that we need to focus on this year, and then we need to make some action steps with those standards. So what are some common formative assessments that we can make aligned to that. Then let's track the data. Then let's have the kids track the data when we get to that point. And so this first one is actually already done. We have done that hard work in the last month and a half. And so our grade level teams, led by leaders in each grade level team, has come together and they've made those promise standards. We then had a staff meeting where we looked at vertical alignment. And so we had our second grade teachers talking to third grade teachers and then talking to first and kindergarten teachers. And they said, you know, what are the most important ones that you guys are seeing and what should we do better? And what came out of that is a lot of good data. The next one we're working on is informal walkthroughs. And so of course, we're doing informal walkthroughs last year, but again, it was when you have so many different things on your list, it gets muddied. And so you don't have that clear cut focus. And so this year, I'm really excited about how we're doing the walkthroughs. We're doing it in a very scaffolded approach where it's chunked. And so what we do is every week, every 2 weeks, is we look at a focus that we need to work on. So the first couple weeks, it was, do I see a family feel in your classroom? Are you working on relationships? Because that's the most important. If you don't have relationships with your kids, they're not going to listen to you. They're going to shut down. And so the first couple weeks, we did walkthroughs, Ms. Skelton and I, where we walked around to every classroom and we looked. And I'm happy to say we're now at 100% of the classrooms have that family feel. Then we went into the social contracts. And so we looked at, are you developing social contracts with your classroom, and are you holding the kids accountable to those social contracts? And so I'm happy to hear happy to say that we are close to 100 with that one as well. Actually, we are at 100 at that one. Then it was I can statements. So now the real meat of the work goes. It's one thing to have your social contracts and your relationships. Now it's, let's look at the content and the curriculum that I talk about in the professional learning teams. I want to see it in action. So we're going around the classrooms and we're checking this off, and the data is phenomenal. We're looking at I can statements. We're looking at, are they annotating them? So are they taking it apart with the kids so the kids know what the standards actually say? Because when you bring it down and you teach them on a level that is grade levels behind, what happens is they're never exposed to grade level activity. And so we're finding a lot of success with that. The other thing is model classrooms. We have amazing teachers at Aberdeen. They're doing such good things. And so we want to showcase them. And so this will happen more towards Christmas and the spring semester, but we've already identified from walkthroughs the classrooms. When we talk about great annotated I can statements, what are the classrooms that are doing a great job with that? And so we are going to indicate them as model classrooms so that our beginning teachers can go look at them, take notes, and learn from them in practice. The other one is the professional development that I talked about earlier with Solution Tree. That has been such a game changer because it was a lot of research-based professional development that our school improvement team came together, and it set us on a path to kind of narrow down the focus. And then probably the most important one is our professional learning teams. So we had these in place last year and previous years at Aberdeen. The problem was, again, it didn't have that laser focus. And so this year, the professional learning teams are meeting twice a week, once in math, once in reading. And we're analyzing what is it that the students need to learn, what do we do if they're not getting it, and then what are we doing for the kids that have already gotten it. They shouldn't be sitting there bored, they should be enriched. And so what do we do next with those children? And then let's take the data apart. And so that's been a game changer. The other big piece of this is we have what's called a Tiger Up time. It's an intervention block that is different for every grade level, or it's different timing for every grade level, because you want to make sure that the resources are spread out from each grade level so that there's an interventionist, there's the ESL teachers able to pull students, our EC teachers are able to pull students during that time, our AIG teacher. And so we're working on this, and this is also going to be a game changer because this is where you make sure the kids don't get lost in the shuffle. So if they're starting to get behind, we put an intervention in place right away, track it for 6 to 8 weeks, see if there is a change. If there's not a change, then we adjust the intervention or we intensify the intervention. All right, so then goal 2 is all about, I probably need to change slide, don't I? Our goal 2 is all about the achievement gap. So I mentioned our students with disabilities and our African American children, and based off the scores, those are the 2 subgroups that have historically been the 2 subgroups that we need to tackle over time. And one glimmer of hope, so we talked about some small celebrations. So one glimmer of hope is, as you may remember last year, we put a lot of our emphasis in the school improvement and our restart funding and our Title I plans into supporting our EC department. Remember, we did the recruitment bonus, and we wanted to get some qualified staff members on board. So I'm happy to say that the EC department is probably one of our strongest departments at Aberdeen now. That has been a game changer. And so we are well on our way to closing this gap, or at least making great strides. Another glimmer of hope, it's so tiny, but if you look at the 22-23 gap in reading and math, the target was 31%, so closing the gap with 31. We actually had a 23% gap. So that's a great improvement. It's of course the proportion from what all students achieved on the EOG versus our EC students, but we are closing that gap just a little bit. So that's one of the things our EC department celebrated is, that all of that effort did not go to waste last year. We put some great strides. We now have a solid EC team. The compliance is rocking and rolling, and so we're starting to make a difference with that department. All right, so our action steps in Goal 2, we have quite a few with this one, and I love this goal because it really is getting very specific with our students so that we can start to change the achievement. And so one of the things that we're doing this year is multi-classroom leaders and department chairs of each department. They're facilitating that Tiger Up intervention plan, and I talked about that just a little bit ago. So having an intervention plan in place is one thing, but having leaders that actually facilitate those intervention plans, that's another. And so that's helping. Another one is student support services. So we are identifying students in need of intensive support. So we're not just using Educator's Handbook. So if a student is starting to misbehave, last year they stood out because there was all the major office referrals. This year we're actually able to, knock on wood, go into the minors. And so we can get a little more proactive before they explode, or before there's such a frustrating moment when two students get into an argument and we're not sure why. We're actually able to start back and get to the root of the problem. And so our student support services team is the one that's handling that and doing a great job. Our MTSS leadership team, that team is looking at academics. And so they are able to then take the Tiger Up system that we have in place, and they're able to analyze, okay, are we closing the gaps? Did Johnny, who was in yellow at the very beginning of the year, are we able to move him to green? And so after mid-year assessments in January, we'll be able to really see the fruits of that labor and see how much that they are growing and changing. And then our EC department. So now that we have a solid EC team and we've got those folks in place, now we need to start to utilize them to spread their knowledge. And so that was another action step, is having them to provide professional development to our general education teachers so that they can teach all the knowledge that they have. How do you handle a student who has oppositional defiant disorder, for example? How do you really get to a student who is just going to just shut down if the work's too hard? What do you do with that student? And so our EC team is able to help provide some professional development with that. The other one is analyzing that behavior data via Educator's Handbook. So when our student support services team comes together, not only are they looking now at the Tier 3 services, so the services that our counselor is helping provide, like a small group with, if you have a kindergartner, for example, who can't keep his hands to himself, the counselor, after the teacher refers that child, the counselor may pull that child for a responsibility or a self-control group. And so maybe she brings 3 or 4 students together and she does that small group to help that student. And so those are the ways that we start to change it. We do it really early on. The other one is volunteers. So I mentioned in last year's presentation about our volunteers. I couldn't even get to that. I really couldn't even focus on that because we were tackling some other areas. So this year, I'm happy to say we're starting to now publicize with parents. Hey, come in and help. Come supervise lunch duty. Come stand with some of our teachers and do a reading group with them, or just read to them. Have a partner student and read to them. And so we're starting to get more parents to volunteer, and it's really exciting getting them in there. And so I'm happy to say that's taken off so far, so good.
Miss Kelly,
Yeah.
and I'm sorry to interrupt, but that's a very, very important point. I will tell you this, the first 2 years I was on the board, we had person after person come up during the public speaking part. And it was generally from the black community talking about how they used to volunteer and they used to be role models, and then they were shunned and they were not welcome. So I am very, very glad to see that that you are welcoming back these volunteers. I mean, literally the first 2 years I was on the board, people were coming forward begging to be let back in. So for some reason they were just, and it wasn't just Aberdeen Elementary, it was several other schools, but
And I think a lot of it is right after COVID, people were, or it was hard to get back in that routine for whatever reason with schools. And it's not the parents. The parents want to come in. They genuinely want to come and volunteer in their classroom or in the book fair, for example, things like that. It really is just a matter of getting the school used to that again, and instead making a platform for that. So good. I'm happy to hear that. Yay. The other,
I'm sorry, let me clarify. It was a pre-COVID thing. It was almost, and again, this is just me, because from the outside looking in at the time, it was almost like there was an ethos within Moore County schools that no, we're the professionals. You just, and they were, it seemed like there was an active, I don't want to say initiative, but there was an attitude of no, you're not welcome, and it predated COVID. So anyway, I'm glad to see that the current Moore County Schools ways does not endorse that, and we are in fact welcoming role models of all.
definitely.
Yeah.
Especially at Aberdeen, it's we want male role models too for some of our boys that are in 3rd and 4th and 5th grade. And so we're embracing it, and it's making a difference.
It's essential. It's absolutely essential for any number of reasons. So, and I will tell you this: once word gets out, because I sat there and listened. I'm pointing to where the speaking podium is, but I would sit there and listen. And these men, they came up and said, I used to have a team, and we used to do this, and we were told we weren't welcome, and that was pre-COVID. So I think that once the word gets out and people understand that you're serious and it's coming from the heart, I think that you will not have a shortage of volunteers and role models to step up and help their young people.
Thank you. That's good to hear. Okay, so another big action step that we have put into place. Now we did this last year, so we're just continuing this implementation, but we have tweaked it a little bit. So last year, the game changer, because a lot of the year was spent developing the culture and re-strengthening, bringing everybody together, and getting a handle on student behavior as well, especially from our upper level kiddos, our 3rd, 4th, and 5th. So you'll see we put a lot of different strategies into place to do just that. And so one of them last year was survival. We needed an ISS room, and so we put that into place. And then this year, I'm gonna knock on wood, but so far the ISS room has only had to be used a couple times, which is amazing compared to last year. And so, but it is there so that when teachers have done their part, and they've done interventions in different avenues, and it's not working, and they turn it over to administration, then we have different interventions as well, and then one of them may be the ISS room. And so we continue to strive to decrease the disciplinary referrals by proactively teaching students that appropriate behavior, and it really does start in kindergarten with just getting along and sharing and not hitting each other if you disagree with each other. And so we've really worked on that. I am, again, little glimmer of celebration. I am so happy to announce this, but I want to knock on wood. Because this time last year, in this regard with disciplinary referrals, just for August and September, we were already at 9 out-of-school suspension days for elementary. That's big, 9 out-of-school suspension days already. This year, it's only been 1 for August and September. Now, October, we've had a couple more, but it's not anywhere near where it was last year, so I am clinging to that and hoping that trend continues. The other thing is, as of last year, for October and for August and September, we had 46 major office referrals. This year, we only have 25 office referrals. And then for October, we had 110, and so far we're at 61. So we're seeing, again, lots of glimmers of hope. We also pulled the minor referral. So if you don't know, in Educator's Handbook, the minor referral is where the teachers put their efforts into the classroom. So if you've got a kid and he's, just tapping his pencil and he's just doing this obnoxiously, I want to see what the teacher is doing to kind of correct that. What are the strategies and the interventions that you're putting into place to help that child? Because what we were finding is there were a couple folks that just didn't understand the process, and so they would write them up for the most minor things, and so the kids get frustrated, like, don't write me up for tapping a pencil. And so this year that has been so much more organized. The teachers are not only putting them in as minors, they're documenting what they're doing. And a lot of what they're doing is meeting with the parents and just saying, hey, Johnny is just disruptive in class. What can we do to help with that? And so that's able to curb a lot of it, so that when they do get to us in an office referral, we're able to do some major interventions and we can change the game. So I'm excited about that. I'm just knocking on wood. Okay, so goal 3 then. We've updated this one, so it was based off our teacher working conditions survey, and of course this is the off year of that. And so we really want to tackle the teacher turnover rate, because at the root of the core frustration at Aberdeen the last several years is there's been not just a little bit of turnover, it's been a lot of turnover. And so a lot of it is because we're trying to rebuild Aberdeen and we're trying to put some solid things into place. But what happens is when you can't fill the positions with people who have their licensure, or people who are in school to get their licensure, or people who really truly have a heart for children, then what happens is the realistic part of it is the kids are let down. And so then we have people that have left in the middle of the year, and then by the time they get to 4th grade, they say things like, I've had teachers give up on me for the last couple of years. And so we're trying to change that. And I'm so happy to say that this summer I had to hire way more teachers than I did last summer. And the quality of teachers is they've got the experience necessary, because I was able to jump on it way back in February. And so if I knew that there was an opening, I was able to recruit and hopefully retain some quality teachers. And so our teaching staff is it's rocking and rolling now. We've got some amazing people on board that love our children, and they're all in. And when they get overwhelmed because the needs are so great, they come to us and we problem solve together. And so we're heading in the right direction with that. So here's some of our action steps with it. It first starts with leadership, with identifying department chairs on every grade level. So whether it's pre-K, kindergarten, EC department, I have a leader in every single department. Intervention team, our teacher assistants, I've got a leader in all of those departments. And so that leader is then the person who can help drive all these initiatives that we have forward, and it's making a difference. Another small win and small success that I'll share is last July, August, I was still trying to fill out the staff and try to get a handle on, who are my leaders in the building. And so I would send out an email and say, tell me, come meet with me. I couldn't find leaders. They didn't want to do it. They were nervous and they were scared, or they just didn't have the capacity. They didn't know how to lead. This summer, I did an application system, and I had a wealth of people applying. Now, there were some grade levels where they're like, no, she can do it. It's okay. But for the most part, my leaders are my rock solid members, because you can't do it by yourself. And that it gets very hard, and it's easy to burn out when you do that. And so now we're doing it as a leadership team, and we're truly tackling it together, and I'm so excited about it. The other cool thing that we're doing this year that is, it's kind of a work in progress, but we are using the advanced teaching roles model. And it's a lot to wrap your brain around, but when Heather Stewart and Dr. Metcalf came to me, and Ms. Sinan came to me last year and said, all right, are you interested? I said, yep, you don't have to finish the sentence. Sign me up, because I need qualified people. I need people that are going to be leaders. I need people who have the data to back it up. And so now, based off the process that we went through in the spring, I'm happy to say we have 3 multi-classroom leaders in our building, and they are some of my strongest leaders. They're doing an incredible job. The biggest thing I have to talk them through is don't get overwhelmed and don't be too hard on yourself, which is not the qualities of most leaders. We're all like that. And so phase one of the advanced teaching roles was really to recruit, to hire, and to start coaching them. And so we are in that process, and I'm so excited about it. We actually go to training early November in the next couple of weeks to learn more about how to coach, because it's one of the things I've shared with the district, because I was never a curriculum coach. I don't know how to coach the coach, so somebody help me with that. And so they are doing a fabulous job helping me coach them. And so I'm learning right alongside with them. And so now, if let's say there is a teacher, and let's say they're in 5th grade, and they're struggling with behavior and curriculum, it doesn't just fall on my shoulders. Like, it truly is, I can pull that MCL, and I can say, all right, I want you to do a coaching cycle with this teacher for the next 3 weeks, and let's emulate, let's just try out a student teaching experience, because maybe that teacher never got a student teaching experience. Maybe it's a residency licensed teacher that we have to coach them through. And so it really is a game changer, and I'm excited about it. The other thing I mentioned earlier was the modeling classrooms for beginning teachers, because if you don't see it, if you're just in a silo in your own classroom and you've never seen it in action, it's really hard. And so we're able to have them go and watch other teachers, and then to come together to talk about it. So that's also been very helpful. This is another one I'm excited about. So we started some community partnerships last year. I was able in the spring with, if you've ever heard of Boosterthon, we do that as a fundraiser. But really, I told the Boosterthon folks last year, I said, I'm not doing it for the fundraiser. I've got, Title I and Restart, and we've got funding to help with that. I'm doing it to help grow our community support. And it was a game changer. And so not only did our kids, so we do this event called the Glow Run. It's every February. It's now going to be an annual event. We did it for the first time last year, and our kids loved it. But we seek out community support from businesses and from organizations and partnerships. We have them come in and help sponsor, and so they help us to buy the T-shirts for every single child and staff member at the school. If you've ever seen the orange Aberdine shirts that are floating around, that was last year's Glow Run shirt. And I invite you all to come in February, by the way. I'll start putting that out on social media. It's so fun. It is, we put it in, it's in the dark, and it's glow in the dark. And so it is, it's fun, but people don't realize I do it for the community partnerships, so we can get those community partners involved, and they help support Aberdeen. And I put their logo on the back of the shirt, and so then we represent that way. The other thing is the master schedule. So I'm happy to announce, after painstakingly working on this all summer, I was able to make duty-free lunch 5 days a week for our teachers. Now it is because our teacher assistants are absolutely incredible. I had to get them to, I had to have some real conversations with them, but on the offset, I'm supporting them too. And so they are able to provide that consistent duty-free lunch for teachers. And, then there's some teachers that are like, well, I want to eat lunch with their kids. And I was like, that's amazing. Continue to eat lunch with your kids. Just know that break is there, and you are able to take it. And you should take it as a team, because what other break do you really get in elementary school besides the planning and the lunch? So that's going really well. The other thing is we formed, it's a PBIS committee really, but we call it the Rulers Committee. And so this committee is essential to helping the proactive side of the student discipline. And so they are planning student events. We've already done an assembly at the very beginning of the year. We had the tiger in costume come. That was one of our staff members that walked around and surprised the kindergartners. And we talked about the behavior, being respectful, honoring your space, acting responsibly, being resilient, staying safe, all of those things. And so over the course of the year, we'll have a couple of different assemblies, like multicultural heritage. We'll do some sort of, we may even have some outside folks like theater come in and do some works. We'll have a chorus concert, things like that. So we're really excited about that as well. All right, so then I want to talk about Restart flexibility. So Aberdeen, I'm just so grateful for the board. For years ago when Restart was first implemented, Restart really helps us to function at Aberdeen. It really does. Between Title I and Restart, I don't know how we could make it happen. And so with Restart, it's not just about the budget, it's about the flexibilities that come along with the plan. And so one of the flexibilities I had a hard time wrapping my brain around the year before was coming from a traditional school that didn't have a Restart model. I was very stuck on the K-3 class size mandate. You can't go over 19, you can't go over 20, all those numbers. And then after being at Aberdeen for a year, I said, oh man, we got to do something, because when you have 19 students in a class, K 1, 2, 3, then they go to 4th and 5th, and they're crammed into 25, 26. The district's very, very wonderful about not letting us go over high numbers, but still 25, 26 is a lot when they're used to being at 19. And so what happens with some of our kiddos is they're used to being separated, K 1, 2, 3, and then they join forces when they come into 4th and 5th grade. And so I used Restart Flexibility with our school improvement team. We sat down and said, you know what, we're going to move a position. So when I had a teacher leave at the end of the year, she moved to a different county. I took that 1st grade position and moved it to 4th grade. Did the same thing with 5th grade. And so now we have a better balanced kind of system. It is unique, it is different, and so when teachers come to Aberdeen from different districts, they're like, whoa, but it's still, the numbers are not high. So kindergarten, 1st grade, they've got 20, 21 students. There is one with 22, and we're trying to support that class, but the rest of them are still very manageable. And so then you've got pretty much 5 teachers in every grade level, and it has helped dramatically with behaviors in 4th and 5th grade, where we can actually work our brain around supporting them. The other thing is Restart Employment Flexibility. I'm happy to say I had to use this a lot last year because it was July and I was trying to fill positions. This year I have not had to use that, but there are times when we interview folks, and let's say there's not a deep pool at the moment and of people with licensures, but then I meet someone who gets it, who loves children, who is a fast learner, who has subbed before, and maybe they are just not done with school yet, or maybe they just don't have that. Teaching background or teaching degree, but they've got a different degree. I have hired 2 so far this year, and they are probably my best teachers, some of my best teachers in the building. It's pretty incredible what you can do. I can teach you the curriculum. If you give me some time, I can teach you the curriculum. Sometimes I can't teach you with how to bond with a child who has high needs. And so it has been a game changer, just absolutely incredible. I can't sing their praises enough, and I tell them every day how amazing they are. The other thing is incentivizing existing staff members. We did use this for those 2 people, actually. We had a system where last year it was more towards EC because we needed to fill the EC roles, and then we used that recruitment bonus to help hire those EC teachers. This year it's more if there's a high needs in a 4th or 5th grade, which those tend to be the harder to fill positions. We have had 2 staff members to help us recruit because they knew someone in another county, and so they got them to come on over, and they've been great additions as well. The other one is the sign-on bonus to fill the EC position. So I'm so happy to announce this. Again, it's the little wins. And so last year I was saying I needed that EC teacher. I think Ms. Bruno was even saying she can come teach EC, right? So to date, I had 3, it's actually 4. I have 4 qualified EC teachers that were all recruited and remain on staff thanks to the sign-on bonus, and they are some of the best teachers in the building. So it did work. Now we just got them to stay long-term and to continue supporting them. So thank you so much for letting me do that because it worked. Then we have providing substitute teachers. So the other thing I do to really support the EC department is because of all the paperwork and IEP meetings and the federal guidelines and deadlines, I give them once a month, they have a planning day, and so they come together to catch up on their paperwork. They do PLT, professional learning meetings, and they plan using their data, and that has really helped support them. The other thing that we briefly talked about was, no, I didn't talk about this, the ISS room. So the ISS room has been run this year by our student liaison. So last year I put in 2 positions, really for survival, for us to get a handle on the discipline and the culture at Aberdeen. And this year we continue to utilize those positions because they really help so that Ms. Skelton, our assistant principal, and I can focus on curriculum and still support the rest of the school and do IEP meetings and PLT meetings. And so we have what's called a student liaison. That's Mr. McCauley. He does a fabulous job. And then our dean of students, Ms. Morrison, and she helps us function. And so they are, last year we were hoping to focus on the positive and to have a lot of the proactive things in place, and we just couldn't get there. This year, I'm happy to say we are getting there. And so we're handing out what's called Tiger Paws. So if you ever come to Aberdeen and you want to visit, we'll give you a handful of the Tiger Paws. Ms. Gephardt does it all the time. And so if you see a line going down the class and they're well behaved in the classroom, you give them a tiger paw. So if they get 10, they get a prize. And every morning on the announcements, I announce which classrooms earn their 10 tiger paws. And then we have what's called hallway wars. And so it's the green hall, the blue hall, the yellow hall, and the kindergarten hall. Ooh, every time they give everybody else a run for their money, they do really well. And so at the end of the year, we have a big celebration, and we have what's called a fun day for that. And so the student liaison and the dean of students are helping me do all of that so that we can focus on the positive, still handle the things that are happening, but not in such a reactive way. We're actually able to get ahead of it. Gosh, is that all of it? Yay. Okay. Question?
All right. Questions by the board?
A few.
Yes, go.
So I just wanted to compliment you on the great idea of having the leadership teams. I think, you look at businesses, even this one, even Moore County Schools, has those, and I think that's a great way to utilize your teachers and everyone in your school. And I also wanted to ask, do you, or have you heard, or maybe you have them, I don't know, do you do the reading dogs at all? The reading tales, I think is it called reading tales, Donna, still? Do you do that at all?
The reading tales?
Oh, yes.
Okay.
Yeah, we did do that. We did that last year. Yep,
Okay,
yep, yep.
yeah. I found that with children that don't have pets necessarily, they really grab onto that. So that was just something in my head when you were talking.
Yes.
And
I think we did that in
I've
spring.
also I've also seen some. I'm trying to put this into words. Sorry about that. With for your PBIS, I saw some positive things when this was for Vast Lakeview. So it's a different type of children as well. But she got the football team from Pinecrest, and she got the football team from Southern Middle to come down and just eat with the kids,
Oh, that's
or even
cool.
say like welcome them when they're in the car rider line.
Yeah.
That was like huge to them. So maybe something as an incentive. I don't know why I'm getting red right now. but-
We did that at the beginning of the year with the football team coming to open doors. That's a great
Yes.
idea about them eating lunch, though, because a lot of them were actually siblings, older
Yes.
siblings. And so we took pictures because they were like, this is my bigger brother. It was
Yeah.
so cool.
Yeah.
That's a great idea with
And I
eating
know
lunch.
that the schools, I know the middle school and even the high school, they're wanting that, to do that volunteer work.
Okay,
So
thank you.
just something in my head that was kind of floating around. So,
That's a
but
great
you're doing
idea.
a great job.
Thank you.
Other members of the board? Yes, ma'am. Ken, go Ken.
Hi, Ms. Kelly.
Hi.
I'm very pleased to see how much emphasis you put on campus culture. I think an elevated campus culture makes all things possible after that. And I'd be interested to follow how you're approaching that whole concept.
Okay.
Let me say that I think that elementary school is a strategic path in the process of learning and teaching. What you do directly affects how things go in middle school and on in high school. So your efforts are really going to pay off. We look forward to seeing those successes.
Thank you.
Just as an editorial comment, if elementary school was a strategic pathway, I think we ought to resource that strategic pathway appropriately. And we'll talk about that later. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Other members, Ms. Bruno, I believe you had.
Hi, Brandy. Hi. Brandy, I think that you are the exact right person for where you are. And what I love is that a true leader surrounds themselves with really good people. They don't run the whole show themselves. They take everybody's input and they let everybody do their job. And that's obvious what you're doing. I loved your mission statement, unwavering. I mean, that's strong. That really is. And I love that the way you told your teachers, you're in or you're not.
Which is a hard conversation to have, but
Yeah,
so-
it
it's so
really
important.
is. But what's her name? The principal at Pinecrest Elementary.
Stephanie Phillips, Miss Phillips.
No.
Oh, elementary.
Pinehurst.
Ashley Sakona.
Ashley. Ashley told Mr. Benway and I that too, that with her teachers, either you're in or you're not. And the teachers will say, look, you're not doing your job.
And I will say that is what's starting to happen at Aberdeen. Last year, very much was when someone was doing something not appropriate, they'd go, Miss Kelly, you going to do something about that? This year, I'm not having to do that as much because they're doing it to each other.
They're
which
doing
is
it
a
to
sign
each
that
other.
We're moving in the right direction.
Okay, that's exactly what Ashley told us. And I think that that's awesome. You're either in or you're not in. The other thing, your promise standards in your model classrooms, awesome, really good. Your Tiger Up intervention, you're very precise. You have it pointed in the right direction, so everybody's not out here. They're focused, which I loved. What do I have here? Oh, that you need the reading buddies. I'm a firm believer you can't have education without discipline. And you spent a whole year doing that, and you're seeing results. Perfect. Your Glow Run, I think that the community partnership, that's amazing. And your duty-free lunch, if the teachers want it, it's available. And I also think that you're really using your restart budget in the best possible way that you can.
Thank you.
So I really think that we have the right person at Aberdeen Elementary.
Thank you. It gets
Way to
hard
go.
some days, but I appreciate that.
Way to go.
Other members of the board? Mr. Hensley?
Ms. Kelly, we too shared your disappointment when the school letter grades came out, right? I mean, there's no
hard,
secret
didn't it?
about
Oof.
that. But, I have to say, upon reflection and understanding the whole thing, and I'm generally not in the business of making excuses, results, not excuses, right? But, I will say that, and I'm saying this, everyone in this room knows this, I'm saying this for the benefit of the public. And that is, to put it bluntly, you inherited a mess. Aberdeen Elementary School was a school that had vacillated into D and F territory. If I remember correctly, it ranked the lowest. It was certainly among the lowest in the teacher working conditions surveys. This is prior to your tenure there, to your arrival. It was if not the lowest, it was among the lowest, specifically in the school leadership portion of the teacher working conditions. And after you think it through, there's a failing school and, as reflected by the teacher working conditions, poor leadership. I mean, the morale had to be horrible, and the effect on the faculty and staff. And you addressed that in your presentation when you talked about the turnover. And that's walking into it. I do have to say, though, that earlier today, we had a very successful turnaround story, in Cranes Creek. So, we know that leadership, the proper leadership, the proper team, and the correct programs overcome that challenge. So, focus on building the team and focus on the processes and procedures and focus on blocking and tackling. And I think you'll be fine because, one thing we have learned is it's not the students.
Yeah, correct.
I mean, don't get me wrong, there's challenges in every student, but, ultimately, if you get the team, you get the leader, and you get the processes, procedures, and programs into place, everything should perform equally across the board. And I think we're well on the route to that. So I have I do have some observations and a couple of questions. EC substitutes, that is something as a board that we've wrestled with. And I could not imagine I can't imagine, that's the problem, the staggering amount of paperwork and bureaucracy that comes with administering EC programs. I think it's really great, and I'm not sure what we're doing at the other schools, but somehow giving the teachers time as you've done so that they can, do their EC requirements. That is an extraordinarily giant step towards, one, morale of the teachers because they don't have this overwhelming burden of work. And two, that's a good step. So if we're not doing that in other schools, I think it's worth looking into. advanced teaching roles. Again, I've said, we're paying consultants $600,000 to, they reinvented the fire team, right? They heard an org chart. And look, the whole concept of advanced teaching roles is a great idea. How are you paying for that? I didn't see it as part of your restart funds.
You know what? I should have put that in there. So part of it is the grant that we got as part of the advanced teaching roles, and then part of it, because my model is actually a little different than a lot of other schools' model with advanced teaching roles. So Opportunity Culture shared there were two different ways to do it. So you could do what's called a full release multi-classroom leader, or you can do a partial release. And so in order for us to be able to do the full release, I would have had to take two positions, which, when we moved positions to the upper levels, that allowed us to be able to do that. And so I would have had to take those two positions and just turn those in to do MCL positions. And so I could not figure out how to do that effectively. And so what I did instead was the partial release. And so I've got 3 MCLs, or multi-classroom leaders, now that they are still tied to a classroom. And so that is paid for based off that teacher is still that teacher allotment. But I took 2 positions that were ones that I had moved up, and I made sure that it was staffed appropriately. And then I turned them into what's called Reach Associates. And so I have 3 Reach Associates. And what that is it's a teacher assistant basically who has a stipend. It's a $3,500 stipend, I think it is, that goes along with them. That part I choose to fund out of Restart. And so part of the Restart, but it was, I think it equated to maybe 20,000 total. And so I chose to do that, to use the Restart so that my multi-classroom leaders could leave the classroom of kids and still function effectively. What it helps me do is to be able to train those Reach Associates to then eventually be teachers. So essentially what I'm doing is I'm creating a student teaching kind of opportunity for these folks, and hopefully it pays off to where they turn into classroom teachers down the road, whether it's next year or the next year. Does that answer your question?
Yes, I just didn't see that. I was expecting to see paying for the advanced teacher roles in the Restart funding, but it just wasn't there.
Yeah.
I do not want to turn this into a discussion on advanced teaching roles, but as a board, I think that, we've had presentations on it, but, there's part-time models, there's full-time models, and I think that and there's cost associated with that, and if the cost is positions or billets, and I think we need to have a conversation about that as this goes district-wide, because it's going to be an expense or a cost somewhere. Anyway, not want to turn that into a discussion.
Yeah, and honestly, with advanced teaching roles, I don't necessarily think it would be a fantastic model in every school. I think it really depends on the school, but for me, it was such an effective thing to do because I was able to get the support and help fill some of those hard to fill positions with quality people that were competitive, and so they applied, they had data to back it up, and so now they're some of the best folks in the building. I do think moving forward, I think we can create our own kind of opportunity culture model as a district, but that's down the road once we get that guidance.
Yeah. Well, we'll see what the results are. So one observation, you're very proud of your reduction in discipline referrals, and that's good. I would just caution you, there is just look, as long as they're being reduced organically because there's no need for them, but nobody on this board sees high discipline referrals as a negative. Because we realize that to enforce discipline, you have to support your discipline referrals. So I'm happy if they're reduced.
Because last year the numbers were very high.
Well,
and
we understand that putting that genie back in the bottle requires, wow, they're really cracking down on discipline. So look, we're happy with you as long as they're decreasing organically. Just guard against discipline referrals not happening. That should happen. That's my only caution.
That makes sense.
Because you will not get marked down for high discipline referrals. It's just, what we have to do. Duty-free lunch, I am glad to see that you've made that available. This board selected not to put a policy in place to ensure duty-free lunches for elementary school teachers. I was disappointed in that. It's no coincidence that our only A-rated school has a duty-free lunch for their faculty, and because if you don't take care of your people, and that's part of it, so hopefully that will get revisited and become mandatory at a future date. And one final question is, what exactly does a student liaison do?
Oh my gosh, he's kind of the jack of all trades.
Yeah, just a couple, the wave top.
Yeah. So,
stuff.
so last year I needed him truly for survival. Like it was literally the first few months of school. I think Ms. Skelton and I, as new administrators in the building, were a little overwhelmed with the walkie calls, the teachers calling for support. And a lot of it was all the things that I shared about the relationships and with the capacity of the teachers, and the kids and the teachers didn't know each other. And so a lot of it was that. But in the moment, I couldn't stop and say, hey, teachers, this is how we have to do it, because that's not supporting our teachers. So in the moment last year, it was very much, we just have to react to the walkie calls until we can develop it and help. And then I can teach and lay some groundwork to teach people how to do it effectively, and to have those relationships with students and the interventions in place. And so it really took us all year to do that. And so at the beginning of the year last year, I said, I need someone to help me with this. And so when I interviewed the gentleman who's in the position, he actually interviewed for a different position. And I said, oh, goodness, you are going to be such a good fit for my boys that like to challenge authority. And he's been exactly who we need. He's so phenomenal at having relationships with the kids. So to answer your question, last year it looked different than what it looks like this year. Last year it was more reactionary. He responded to walkie calls. When there was an argument on the playground, he would go and help me respond if myself or Ms. Skelton or the dean were involved in other situations, which we often were. And so that's what he did then, and he would pull them into ISS or he would do small groups. This year, I've actually talked to him about eventually changing his position to more parent liaison, because we are actually, again, knock on wood, we are able to get more proactive with it. And so right now it's more small groups. He's pulling kids from, for example, he's going to go eat lunch with them because he knows that 3 boys, and I'm sorry to generalize, a lot of it is the boys. And so he would pull, let's say, some of the guys that were acting up in class in the morning. He goes and he visits with them at lunch, and he might pull them and say, let's talk about respect with your teacher. And so that is really helping me. And Ms. Skelton, he runs our ISS program too. So when the students are acting out, it's making sure they're not just going to a classroom and getting on a computer and doing assignments. It's let's talk about your behavior, and let's set up a student success meeting with the parents and the counselor and the teacher so that we can truly change the behavior. Because my worst nightmare last year was thinking that some of our 5th graders, for example, were just going to go to middle school and continue the behaviors. That was my #1 priority, is let's change it before they get older. Because I used to be a high school teacher and a high school administrator, and I remember I just remember thinking to myself, at what point can we change them? Can we get to them? And in my mind, it was 3rd, 4th, 5th grade. Like let's do something then before they get older. And Mr. McCauley's helping me do that.
So, yes, we could have a conversation all day, but we won't. So yes, you are 100% correct, and I touched on that earlier about tolerated and taught behaviors in elementary schools carrying over into middle schools, and it's good to nip it in the bud early. So, but let me I'm infatuated by this student liaison, because I think coupled with a dean of students, it's very effective. And I was wondering if it was more turning towards like a family liaison.
I think so.
But let me ask you this. What's the background of this superhuman? And by the way, putting the student liaison in charge of ISS is brilliant too. That way they have, the whole role model throughout. But what's the background of this super person?
Well,
I mean, is he a trained psychologist?
He actually has a social work degree.
Yeah, so he's a social worker.
Social worker, yep. Okay. He has his own, he's had things on this side, like a mentor program for boys. And so over the summer, he's actually spent his time taking some of our young men, and he's got this program of leadership. And so he would take them to football games in the fall. He would take them to on trips, and it's something he's worked out with the parents outside, not with Aberdeen. But what has happened is those same boys who used to run the show in the classroom with the teacher, they now see him and they're like, oh, I better get myself together. And so it really, really helps. I am also using him to help me with the leadership part of it. So I like to do what's called an ambassador program. And I forgot, I didn't put it in the slideshow. But I started this ambassador program this year called the Tiger Ambassadors, and it's 5th grade leaders. It's people that the teachers have recommended are just game changers. They're leaders in the classroom, or they're ones that have the potential to be behavior issues, but maybe they just need that extra push to be a leader. And so they nominate them, and in my last school, I took the leadership role, and this year I'm having to share it with Mr. McCauley because he loves to do it. And so he meets with them once a week with me, and we're training them. We're literally teaching them leadership skills. And then probably around December, we're going to turn them loose and let them be peer mentors and peer tutors in kindergarten and first grade. And that they're so excited about it. They're like, I can't wait to go. Can I go to my sister's classroom? And I'm like, as long as you don't fight, you can do it. So
Yeah.
he's helping me with all of that.
I can say, and then I promise you I'm finished. I can think off the top of my head at least a handful of people, both male and female, who would make great student liaisons, who've come up and spoke to the board, on various topics and various things. When I interrupted earlier about how these people are begging to volunteer and come to our schools, and Dr. Locklear, I would say this, Dr. Metcalf, if we expand this concept to other schools, there is no shortage of people in our community who I think would do a great job at it. Yeah. Anyway, thank you.
Thank you.
Well, I want to say something.
Go ahead.
Okay, Brandy, I just asked Dr. Locklear if you were speaking about Anthony. I know him as Anthony. He's
so good, isn't he?
Phenomenal.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, if we could have 100 of him,
I agree.
we wouldn't have any problems at all. He is amazing.
He was made for the role.
Yes.
And I honestly didn't. I kind of made the role up in the moment last summer because I thought I am going to need somebody to help me with this. And interviewing him, and I was going to put him in the other position, I thought, oh no, I can't contain him to one classroom. He needs to be able to help me to tag team to get through to some of these kids who just have, trust issues. They're not going to look at me and think listen to who is this person who I've never met before. And so the two of us working together has really been a game changer. Now I'm a little bitter. I told our PTA a couple weeks ago I put something on Class Dojo and I might get a few likes. Mr. McCauley puts it on there and he blows up social media, and I'm like, really? I'm not bitter at all. Not at all.
See, but that just goes to show that a really good leader surrounds themselves with good people.
That's the way to do it.
Yes, Ms. Davis.
I was just going to echo everything that everybody else has said, so we won't continue on. The only thing I will say is that we felt your pain with your low numbers for the educational piece. However, we understand that your focus was on the culture, and that's where it needed to be. And we expect, just like you do, to see you grow by leaps and bounds next year. So we're rooting for you.
Thank
for
you so
sure.
much. That means more than you know.
Yeah, no, well, it's 100% true.
Let me just ask one factual question. When a child goes into ISS, what happens? Because I go into so many ISS rooms, and the child is just there, and we've taken him out of the main classroom, and that's the end. What happens when he gets there? What are we doing when that child is in ISS?
So the original goal last year was to decrease the amount of out-of-school suspensions because we tied a lot of the academic behaviors, a lot of the academic scores were because they weren't there to learn. And so our attempt was to keep them in school as much as we could. Now, if you get into a fist fight, I'm sorry, that's out-of-school suspension. But if it's something different, we can work. And so in-school suspension is typically, it really helps when it's not like last year where you had multiple kids at a time. If you've got 3, 4, 5 students in a classroom and they're all in ISS, they'll play off of each other, and it's not very effective. If you've got two or three in a classroom, not only are you working, is Mr. McCauley or Miss Morrison, whoever it is in the room, working with them on catching up to the material, they're actually able to work with the teacher to say, what is it this child, because a lot of times they're in trouble or they act out in class because they're behind, or they start a math assignment, it's just too hard. And so they're able to drill down with that, but it's only after they've had the conversation and the capturing kids' hearts, or the curriculum that we use for the morning meetings, that is what is emphasized in that. So if for example, the behavior is disruptive behavior, then we start talking about what does respect look like? Let's go back to the rewards matrix. Let's improve that. And sometimes those kids are then put on what's called a check-in, check-out system with our student liaison or our dean of students. And so they then are checked in every morning, maybe once a day for the next few weeks, and they monitor their behavior, and they want to see that change over time. And so what happened last year is some of our toughest ones who had the most referrals, when we did that system with them, it did improve. It was a little bit of the light at the end of the tunnel was, the referrals were up, but the ones that we were targeting with those intensive interventions were coming down. They were starting to get better.
Well, I just want to, I guess what you're telling me is that there's actual learning going
Oh,
on
yeah.
in that ISS room.
Absolutely.
They're not just put there just to get them out of the classroom.
No,
which
and
is
because it's
fantastic.
elementary, we also level it to the child and to the grade level. So if it's a second grader, they're not in there all day. They're typically in there, like they might miss their specials class, and they do a targeted intervention with them in that time period, and then they go back to class. If it's an upper level child, they may be in there all day, and sometimes if it's between two children because they've had an argument, sometimes those two children are put in the room together and forced to get along. And so they have a lesson in itself. Sometimes we can't do that because they're mad at each other, but we work on it.
Yeah, and let me just say that I know this is a very tough assignment, especially as I look at the African-American percentage. I think that's 18% grade level proficient. Is there anything we're doing specifically for that problem?
Yeah, actually, a lot of it is tackled through our professional learning teams. And so in our PLTs, every single grade level has been tasked with taking that same school improvement goal, and they're modeling it in their grade level. And so, for example, if third grade last year, if they had a certain percentage, now they have had to come up with goals and strategies that target those students. And a lot of it just takes into factor when we do our Tiger Up plan, we base it off the data. So we have their iReady scores, we have their M-Class scores, and we drill down. And so we put all of the students, no matter the ethnicity or no matter any of those things, we take a look at the data and put them together, and we target that. And then we're tracking it to see if it's gotten better with time.
Well, let me tell you, I think you're the right person for the right job, and
Thank you. Some
I
days it's
think
harder than others.
you're gonna turn around the school, and that I think is what each and every member of this board believes. And so we thank you and thank Dr. Locklear for putting you in place. I think we're going to have a good year. Thank you, Dr. Locklear.
Thank you, Ms. Kelly.
Thank you so much.
Appreciate your hard work and
Yeah,
leadership and that of the staff.
Thanks. Y'all
Thank
have a
you.
great day.
Is it, okay.
You want to,
There's one more to do.
it's really up to the board. We have only Miss Robbins Elementary School and Renee Robbins. And Renee's here, Mike?
Renee is here.
Okay.
Okay, so you guys want to press on? Okay, cool. We'll do it.
Well, we'll turn on her walk-up music and bring her out here in just a minute.
calling us back into session. Dr. Locklear.
Thank you, sir. And now I want to welcome Miss Renee Robbins, the proud principal of Robbins Elementary School.
And the whole town.
Well, she is a native.
Yeah.
So she's got a lot of history there in Robbins. So welcome, Renee.
Thank you.
And we look forward to hearing about the work of your team and your school, and we're certainly proud of the work you've done already and appreciate your leadership. So, Dr. Metcalf, am I turning it right over to Miss Robbins?
Yes, this time you
Okay, all right. Miss Robbins.
Thank you. So before we get started, I just wanted to take a minute to formally tell you thank you for the opportunity that it is for me to lead at Robbins Elementary. It's super humbling to be from this end of the area and to be able to lead in that place. I went to school at Robbins Elementary. My husband went to school at Robbins Elementary. My children are invested in the northern end of the county, and so it's very personal for me to be there. And I'm just honored that I get to stand with an incredible staff, and I do have an incredible staff, a wonderful community, and I have some of the best kids, and I'm honored to be able to do that. So our mission and vision and core beliefs, these were picked up from last year. As you know, we had a little bit of a change in November, and when I got there, these were the vision and the mission and the core beliefs that were put into place. So we respect, we engage, we succeed, and our mission is to provide high-quality education in a safe, respectful, and inclusive environment that builds a foundation for lifelong learning. We believe that we provide a safe, nurturing, and engaging environment. We believe that we maximize student learning by meeting the needs of students where they are. And we collaborate with our families and the community to meet the needs of the child as a whole. But as we look at this vision and mission and core beliefs, I just want to take a minute and say that, you know, we're under new leadership, right? And we have new people at the table. And so the school improvement team and myself, we've had some conversation about maybe it's time to redefine who we are a little bit and kind of tighten up that vision and mission and make sure that we're all marching to the same beat. It's really important and powerful for everyone to know and understand what we're driving for. And so the work of the vision and the mission, it takes time, and it's not something that can be done in one meeting. It's a conversation, and sometimes it's a hard conversation. So we're going to begin that work in November, now that the first 9 weeks of my first year has started to settle. Now we can start really doing some work around defining who we are as a team and as a school so that we can grow our kids. And I'm excited about this process. I know that I'm going to get some great feedback. We have a lot of wonderful educators who have great knowledge, and I can't wait to rebuild our vision and mission as a team. Our demographics, as you know, we are 58% Hispanic. That's our largest area, 28% white, and 9% black. We have a small amount of multiracial students, and we, out of that 58%, right, of our Hispanic population, about 30% of our students are ESL. So about 106 of those kids are ESL. And then our, overall, it's a high number. And I learned that very quickly last year when I was the AP. And I started the work with the access testing that you are familiar with. I realized that our population was high, and that was new work for me. It's actually new for me to have to learn that process as well. But I had great support from the C&I department and Hope Shields, who helped coach me up along the way and is still part of my coach-up process. She's coaching me now to make sure that I'm making the right moves. So that's our demographics.
Renee, could you give Hope's title and what she does for us?
Hope is our multilingual, she's in the C&I department. She works our language department. She is phenomenal, and she reaches me all the time. She is at my PLTs. She calls me and talks to me regularly to make sure that I'm aware. And she coached me, fully, and I needed it. I came from Westmore and High Falls, where our demographics were vastly different. And when I got to Robbins Elementary, realizing that access testing was a large test, it's almost bigger, in my opinion, it's bigger than the NC check-ins to make sure they roll out effectively. She was part of that process. Not this year, it's different because she's providing professional development for me and for my staff, which is incredible. I need it, right? And I need her to help me coach up my staff and coach up me on how to effectively move students for language acquisition. And that's a big deal. So I'm very grateful to Hope.
Thank you. Sorry to get you on the sidetrack.
No, that's okay.
She is our specialist for multi-language students.
So while we recognize that we dropped a little bit, all right, I have to give some of this, I have to talk to the narrative of we had some transition, right? Transition is hard. Transition is and can be a reflection inside of school scores. Some things that happen, you know, we overhauled a master schedule in January, which is almost unheard of. We don't typically do that. But with that, when we started looking at data, we realized we needed to do that to make it work a little bit more effectively. So while we did drop overall, we maintained a 51 overall, right? But our GLP was at 43.9. And I will take that in the midst of all the transition, you know, while it's not what we wanted, right? And we know we have work to do, we're still moving. We moved kids along the way. And so I felt very positive about that. You can see that our Hispanic population, we dropped a little bit there. We dropped a little bit with our economically disadvantaged, you know, across the board, we dropped just a little bit here and there. But again, I want to speak to, you know, the transitions that we took and the fact that we were able to maintain, you know, and not drop any farther. I'm very proud of that. For our reading performance, this was actually, when I opened our testing documents, I was excited, right? Because we made some gains in reading. So while this was the highest GLP that we've had since 2018, which was good. We're at 39 overall in reading, and that was good to see. And we had been focusing in PLTs, processes and procedures, making sure that we were hitting the reading standards as we needed to be over the course of last year, and that was what we needed to do. We did notice that in math, we took a little bit of a hit. But I think part of that is we were implementing the new Eureka program, and with everything new, there comes something that you have to really process it, work it out, and figure out how to make it work for you. However, this year we're excited because we're absolutely going to be, we've implemented Eureka 2 through 5 this year, and the C&I department has gotten in behind us. Brandy Dowd and I just did a classroom walkthrough last week to look for the fidelity of the program, to look at how we're using things and to see if they're being effectively used. And I was very proud of what I saw, and I'm very thankful that C&I was able to be at the table to help me work through this new program as well. And in reading, I'm just going to speak to that one really quickly. We are implementing magnetic in grades 3 through 5. And so I'm excited. I feel like we're absolutely going to continue to move in the right direction, because that program is also, it's a very good program, and it's very laid out, and it's rigorous, and it's exactly what our students need to grow. In science, we did dip in science, but we know what we need to do. As a former 5th grade teacher, the science test is not always easy. It's filled with a lot of vocabulary, a lot of academic vocabulary that they have to unpack. And while we recognize the fact that we dropped, we are also on a mission, because we are under new science standards this year, and we are already looking at our standards, unpacking those standards, and using what the state from NCDPI has pushed out to us on formative assessments. Like we've been given these tools, and we're looking at them constantly, knowing that we've got to step up our game on our side, right, to make sure that we're giving them what they need to grow and hit these new science standards. Very thankful again. I can't say this enough. The C&I team has been wonderful to me. They stepped to the table immediately when I took leadership, and I'm very honored to have them there to help me drive the train. So while we did a little bit of a dip, If you look at school performance grade, we were exactly the same and at 51. And that is something that I'll just be honest, I might have shed a tear when that came out because, you know, it was different last year. A lot of moving parts last year. Very honored. It's 4 points away from a C. It is doable. And we are motivated, very motivated at RES to do this work. And I'm excited about where they're going. And we're going to speak to that in the action steps for our goals this upcoming year. And I can't wait to tell you all about the good things. The other piece is we moved them in growth. We went from negative 2.08 to negative 1.24. So in the midst of change, right, they still rose and held on and moved kids, which was very exciting for us to see and almost lit a fire under this year. Because if you can do it in 1 year, then let's do it again, right? And this time, they have someone like me who I'm going to stay, and this is home, right? And so hopefully that passion that I have on the inside for the northern more of this county is going to bleed over onto them, and they're going to fight with me to get these kids to move. So I'm excited. So our first goal is to increase our GLP by 5 percentage points in every category. And we can do that. We've done it before, and we can do it again. And it's something that I feel like our teachers are really working towards this year. I'm going to go ahead and move to these action steps. Many of my action steps, if you've noticed, are repeating. And the reason why they are repeating is because I wanted to go slow to go fast. Some of these action steps are big, and they require monitoring. They require us to really hone in on them. And the first one is, you know, getting a feedback to teachers by completing walkthroughs. And again, I will speak to the first 9 weeks. The dust is settling, right? And we're starting that process well. Like, we're already doing informal walkthroughs, but now it's that walkthrough and documenting it with data to back up and say, hey, we're noticing this. It helps me align PD for professional learning teams, and it helps me design things to help them grow, because that's part of it, is building the teacher to capacity and to make sure that they know what the expectation is. It's also me being part of PLTs every single week. We have PLTs 2 times a week, and if I'm not in those PLTs, it's abnormal. In fact, they're running PLTs today. I'm just a part of that process because I've had such a unique experience in Moore County schools. I've taught many grade levels, but things that I'm proud of is the fact that I walked through the C&I department as an instructional coach, and I was taught wonderful things. I know about standards, and I am very aware of how they align vertically, and it helps me because I can teach teachers that talk, right? I can help them build, and they feel like they're related to me because I'm so vulnerable with them about how this works, right? And they'll ask me the questions. It does make for a wonderful relationship as far as me supporting teachers. Another thing that I'm very happy about is that we have interventionists on our campus, okay? So I pay for one interventionist out of Title I, and she's there all the time, and she's our reading interventionist. She utilizes core lesson library. She also uses rewards, which I'm very fortunate that we have. But I have 2 additional interventionists that were provided by the CES grant, and it's been phenomenal. It's an additional reading interventionist and I have a math interventionist, which is not something that every school has. They also use, the math program is Bridges, which is research-based and wonderful. And then we also are using Bridge to Reading or Phonics Lesson Library, depending on what they need according to the assessments that they're given. And they can also use UFLA. We've been very intentional about who goes to see these interventionists. I actually pulled my ISF and the intervention team, and we sat down and we had a conversation about who needs services based on what data and at what tier, right? And so it took a while, and we dug through every grade level looking at who needed what to make sure that we were providing tier 3 intervention with our tier 3 supports. And then the conversation was, all right, so we have these children who are getting intervention. It's about 60. That's a lot. All right. But then it was tier 2 and tier 1, which comes at, okay, teachers, you have to carry tier 2 at your table. And then tier 1 is the real big one, right? It's core instruction. What does that look like? And that comes back to that walkthrough form, right, where I'm providing them feedback on what their core instruction looks like so that they can make sure good, strong core instruction matters first, and then we can catch the rest along the way. I also, we have rocket time built into the system. It's about 45, 50 minutes, depending on the grade level. I told you earlier, we have 106 ESL students, so they also receive interventionists from ESL teachers, not interventions, but they get ESL time. That is about 45 minutes of their day. So we have to be very strategic. So some of our children who need ESL services also need intervention, and we have to get really savvy with how we work that schedule to make sure we're providing the kids with what they need. So Rocket Time is broken out throughout the day, and they're able to come in and grab students, and sometimes they push in if they need to, depending on what it looks like for that day. I'm very fortunate. I have 2.5 ESL teachers who are very knowledgeable. They're so good with our kids. And our ESL team killed it last year. They did amazing on our access scores. We actually got 2 students out of ESL, which is almost unheard of. Now that I've learned more about access, they have to score almost a near perfect score to be out from underneath ESL, and we had 2. So that was incredible to know. So we've been very intentional about Rocket Time, and as I keep growing in my work as a principal, thinking about Rocket Time and being very strategic about that in a master schedule is something I'm going to have to keep in my frame always. And then the other piece is I did hire an additional instructional assistant using Restart funds. The SIT team voted on it, and we are people over, we want more people, more hands on deck. So again, now that the dust is settling, right, it's time for us to make a shift where those first grade assistants will now rise up to second to support in the area of phonics, because we're seeing in our data that that's what we need. Our students in second grade need additional support in phonics, and we have some great resources to get them there. Lane Street, who works for NCDPI, but also out of Moore County, she comes to my PLTs often, but she has been building my instructional support or my instructional assistants to capacity. She provides them PD on how to work in a small group utilizing phonics and sounds. It's been incredible to watch. Along with her just being part of my PLTs, right, she's been coaching up my IAs so that they can support and not just be stuck in one grade level. So that's going to be a beautiful thing. That's my next step with the SIT team, is to look at the schedule and start figuring out how are we going to move our instructional assistants up while also providing them, they need to be able to go to lunch. They need to be able to have a planning time to kind of make sure that they're getting their work done for the other grade level as well. So that's going to take some more eyes than just mine to make it work. But that is our intention, is to get those first grade assistants to rise in second quarter. Did it go? Okay. So the next thing is we're going to continue our work on growth. While we grew from negative, we want to move from negative 1.24 to positive 2.01. Again, some of the action steps that I spoke of are intentional, right? And they're repeating themselves, right? It's really about us monitoring what's happening in the room. That feedback that we're offering teachers, feedback is feedback. It's good for us. Feedback requires you to make a move and shift. It's also really being intentional, again, about our rocket. Who are we serving, and is it working? That's the other piece, is really being honest with yourself and with what's happening at the table to say, all right, I've been providing this student intervention for 9 weeks, and I have 9 weeks worth of data. Is it working? Because if it's not working, we need to take a step back, reflect, and try again. right? And so that's important. And that's why I kind of left my action steps not so many, right? We have to go slow to go fast, and we have to be intentional about the goals. The other one is really monitoring our subgroup data. And that's one of my goals, actually. I have 2 subgroups that I'm working to close the achievement gap on. And so really monitoring, are they moving, right? Are they growing at rate? And if they're not, what are we doing about it? And that means we're having conversations during PLTs, during our problem-solving teams, and we're being honest about it so that we know that we're driving the bus to move the kids. So my last goal for the school year is the one where we talked about our subgroups. So my 2 biggest subgroups that have a difference are my ESL students and my students with disabilities. Students with disabilities last year, unfortunately, we were not fully staffed last year, and it took us a while to get there. And I'm so thankful that this year I am fully staffed, and I do have 3 powerhouse EC teachers. One that just came out of a classroom, and she is excited to learn. One that is a BT, has worked in a different county and came to us mid-year last year and is in it for the long haul, loves our students. And then one that has been an EC teacher for a while, and he has such passion for it. So they are a part of our PLT process. They come to PLTs, they've worked it out in their schedule so that they can sit at the table with the teachers to hear the conversations around important standards, around modifying assignments, and they're there to weigh in on how we can best support our students with disabilities. I love that. Last year, that was not a thing. Our EC team was not at the table with us to talk about those kinds of things. The other is our EL population. Again, I'm going to speak to Hope. She is at the table, and I think that speaks volumes for where she can weigh in and give us insight on how to move our students with language acquisition. I always walk away from the table with Hope going, I've learned something new today, right? Every time, she has been right on the money. And if I have questions, I get right to her quick. And so it's been good for our staff to build that relationship with her, because she's been such an advocate for our students and our multi-language learners that, and she's so calm about it, right? So it helps me sell it too. I feel like we are really going to see some great gains this year with our consistency and our intentional practice to have processes and procedures in place. I've said it 1,000 times to our team, my team collectively, we are 4 points from a C, and that is doable. And so the action steps for this goal, again, is to monitor, effectively monitor, and keep doing those data dives. I do have the C&I team at the table to help me go through data every time we get it. I'm fortunate because I was taught that process a long time ago, so I can drive it if I need to. But I also love having multiple lenses on what's happening at my school, because I do overall want them to be successful. And then honestly, we're going to keep looking at the subgroup data through iReady. It's very easy for us to pull those things out and see it. We can also see it inside of MClass if needed to make sure we're moving those subgroups that we're concerned about, which is our EL population and our students with disabilities. And then again, I want to speak to the fact that yes, I have 3 interventionists, but they are collecting data every day, and it's something that I ask them about. They can bring it to the table, and that works, right? That way I know that if it's working or not, and we can have true conversation about what we need to do with students. Restart flexibilities. So while I got a touch of that last year, Ms. Stewart has really coached me up on Restart, and I'm still learning. But one of the flexibilities I did use was to put another IA in the classroom. So I have 4 IAs in first grade and 3 in kindergarten. But the idea is to take those first grade assistants and bump them to second to support and that should start in around the second quarter, which is not far off. And then the Restart incentive existing staff members who refer talented employees, we actually had that come to fruition this year. And I'm so thankful that that was part of it. Because of that, we were able to secure an EC teacher, which is a very hard position to hold on to. And she's here to stay. She's invested, and I'm excited about that. She's invested at our end. She's actually coaching one of our sports. I mean, she's dug in hard, and that's been a process for her to learn. She knows these kids as well as I do, if not better. And so that's been wonderful. The other piece that I brought to the table this year was provide professional development opportunities. I feel like, yes, MLCs for us, More Learning Conference, is amazing. It is so wonderful. The work that goes in here to provide teachers for Moore County Schools professional development, it's phenomenal. It's unlike any other county. However, there is something to be said about a teacher going outside of their county, right, to get perspective from someone from a different county, right? It's always nice to have conversations with a county that's adjoining us, or maybe out of state. Sometimes they even come, and it's nice and refreshing to be able to take back and glean ideas. So I did build into the budget money for teachers to go and get some professional development outside of just what Moore County provides. Things like NCCAT. I've gone one time in my career. It was amazing. But it's, to help them know, yes, you can go and you can glean from these opportunities, and I'll help support you, whether it be with registration or covering your substitute while you're out of the building, so that you can grow in your capacity, in your professional capacity. The other one I want to speak to is Solution Tree. What a privilege it was for me to take a team of 11 to Charlotte over the summer to Solution Tree. Really impactful for me. And what I learned there was that we have work to do in the PLT process and how that looks. And I cannot speak to how wonderful that conference was and how it changed some of my teachers and their practices. And they know now when we get to the table, while it's not perfect at the moment, we're still working on ourselves, and we're trying to hold each other accountable, to the 4 main questions. What are your kids doing? What are they supposed to be learning? And how do we know if they've learned it? And what are we going to do if they don't? Those kinds of questions are important for us. And we're trying to really hold tight to that. And so that's been a work in progress. Again, the dust is settling, and I'm not new much anymore. But hopefully we're going to see that work get better and better over time. The other one is we did opt out of the ELI testing, and the final one is to continue and grow the culture of Robbins. I'm new, and I will tell them up front, it is so important for you to feel comfortable in the space that you're in. And so I want them to know that they're supported. I want them to know that they're valued. I want them to know that I'm listening and I'm in the trenches with them. So that's an important one for me to keep fostering that culture. Yes. It's early learning in inventory. It's kindergarten. Kindergarten typically does it, and it's based on a scale. They have to do certain things, and they scale in and out. We have the privilege of being able to opt out of that one so that we can focus solely on phonics and M-class and those kinds of things. It takes a lot of time just because you have to annotate, and so it's a time consumer. Yes. Yes. Yeah. But not for restart. Not for restart. Okay.
Questions by the board?
Let's go around the room again.
Okay.
I'll start.
We'll start with Ms. Caldwell.
First, I want to say your positive energy is very infectious.
Thank you.
And it makes, as a teacher, it makes you want to do better. So I can see teachers in your school feeling that. So if I feel it, I can definitely tell that they feel that as well. And I have to agree with you on, going to an outside workshop like NCCAT. It does help with that, and it also is a great motivator because I remember going to those and just wanting to bring back everything and share it with my team. Right. So that was, I'm so glad that you are doing that, because because we do miss certain opportunities, and they are expensive. So
They are.
yeah. So I appreciate you doing that. That's a huge motivation. And my last thing was what's great about having a homegrown teacher and then you becoming a principal is that you know the Moore County way. You know exactly what our strategic goals are. You know exactly what our, what we're doing with our programs. And I think that's a huge benefit too, because I think you going into this role helps with that, especially being a teacher. You know what works, what doesn't, and what you can utilize to your teachers.
Yeah.
Or show your teachers, I should say. So anyhow, I just wanted to say thank you for doing that. Thank you for what you're doing up in Robbins.
Thank you.
You can tell it's showing.
Mr. Bentley? Oh, over there? Okay.
Go ahead.
Ms. Bruno, over here. Okay.
Pauline, go ahead.
Oh, me?
Yeah, I'll follow
Yeah,
you.
Renee, I was very impressed when you said, "I'm staying," because continuity is so important with kids. You can't have different people all the time. So and you're a community girl. You know the community. You know the people. You know how people think. That's really important as to what Stacy said. You're really happy in your profession, and it shows. The glass is always full, and just like what Stacy said, it's really catchy, and I could see your whole building having that motivation, being happy to come to work, enjoying what they're doing, and it's all because of you. And you're hiring all these people, and I've said it before this morning, a really good leader surrounds themselves with good people.
I have some of the best in the county.
Absolutely. I like it the way your first grade assistant, you're moving them up to second grade. That's really good because the kids, it's continuity again, and I love that. Your professional development. Everything I learn from other people.
Correct.
I'm not the least bit, I can think of this first. I learn from everybody else. And to take your teachers out of this little shell and to expose them to other people is terrific. So I really compliment you on that. Would you explain the Bridges program
Bridges
in
math.
Yes.
So to be fair with you, Bridges math is new for me this year as well.
Okay.
However, what I know, it's research-based, and it is a math instructional program. The students take an assessment at the beginning so that we can find out their placement and level to make sure that we are hitting them where their need is at. And so I'm so fortunate. I got an interventionist that was just, it was a home run. I've gotten a couple of home runs over the course of this 9 weeks that I'm so grateful for. But getting this one particular person, she's a veteran from Moore County Schools and has been part of our program for 32 years. She's amazing. And she chose to come back and help me with intervention. And that just speaks volumes to her commitment to the area of Robbins. And so she has about 7 groups. She meets with them about 30 to 40 minutes every time. It's the same group of students that we're monitoring. She does progress monitoring with them every 2 to 3 weeks to make sure that we're on the right track. But we use that pre-assessment, or not really a pre-assessment, but an assessment based in her class. And then she looks to see, okay, well, where do we need to start the work?
Okay.
And then it just levels up according to what they need.
Okay.
We
Yeah,
used iReady to determine it, though. That's how
Okay.
we determined who would need to be in that program.
All right. That's excellent.
Yeah.
You're a graduate of Liberty, aren't you?
Yes, ma'am, I am.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you for having me.
Who's next? Yes,
Yeah.
Mr. Go ahead.
Let me echo the congratulations for your taking up this
Thank
challenge.
you very much.
Robbins is lucky.
Thank you.
Right.
I feel like I'm the lucky one here.
Okay, good.
It's a good staff.
It's a mutual,
It's a mutual
feeling.
agreement.
great. How is discipline going?
Oh, and you know what? Honestly, I would say that discipline is just what it is, right? We've not got an influx of anything off the top that I can think of. We've got just a few pops in and out, but we know what to do. We have a wonderful support with our EC department at the moment. Tracy Salazar has been helping me with a few of my high risers, but we've got systems and processes in place. And the kids always, they know, from me being the AP last year, I dealt with like 95% of the discipline last year. And they're used to me at this point. They know my expectations are high, and you are going to follow what we need, right? We have, our staff knows how to use Educator's Handbook. We have a flow chart for, minors versus majors, and we watch that and monitor it. We have conversations about that in our SIT team to make sure that we don't have a rise. So for right now, I'm very fortunate that, I don't have a large discipline issue happening.
Great, thank you.
You're welcome.
Go ahead. Mr. Hensley?
Two quick things. So at a macro view, your reading's up.
Mhm.
Unfortunately, your math is down about
Correct.
3 times more
You're
than the reading's up. So if you fix your math, I think you'll get that
I know.
next higher grade. But what do you attribute you increased in one area,
not
but
the other.
what do you attribute that to?
I have thought about that at length because I don't want to say I'm not 100% sure, but in January, we overhauled the master schedule, and I spoke to that before,
Right.
Especially in our 5th grade world. We blocked them out a little bit more to give more time to hit math and ELA in a blocked setting. The other thing that I can think of is that Eureka is very different than what we've ever done in the past. It's different than Big Ideas. So I'm just wondering if maybe we're working those processes and those kinks out, and that could have been part of it as well. I'm very excited about what Eureka's going to do now that we're on, some of my grade levels are on year 2 of it, so it feels a little bit more fluid now. Does that, you know what I mean? They know more about how the program is going to roll out. The other thing is really starting to unpack standards, right? And so that has been a point of conversation at PLTs. We're looking hard at what the standard says. As someone who taught 5th grade several years back, there was no math program in place. And so what I had was the North Carolina State Standards and the unpacking document. And so really making that a point of focus at the table and really going, hey, but this standard is a little bit more than just this. So we're trying to take some hard looks at that to make sure that we are designing based on, what we see inside of Eureka, but also by what the state is telling us that we need to be able to do. So we took a dip. I think we're going to come back after this.
Good. And my second question is, and I am no fan of the dual language immersion program. I'm certainly no secret about that. What are your thoughts on the dual language immersion program, specifically its effect on the outcome of scores?
At the moment, I like dual language, but I feel like it's really too early for me to speak to how it's moving. This is really my year 1, right? And last year, I was just dipping my toe in the water, so I was learning a lot to learn a lot. I will tell you that this year, there's more support that I can see coming to the table. And so I'm trying to be very open-minded. I'm trying to be monitoring the data behind it so I know what's happening.
Right.
And I'm very fortunate that, we have Hope, who helps a lot more, right? And then hopefully I will be able to see more of the work. We started really looking at that about March last year. So I just feel like it's too early for me to lean one way or the other.
Yeah, I will share a couple thoughts from me to you, while you're pondering it. One is, just as, well, first of all, it has diehard supporters.
Yes.
There's a group of parents, members of the community that are diehard for it, and that's fine. There's absolutely nothing wrong with that. But, for a lot of people, it seems very counterintuitive. If you want to learn English quickly, you immerse yourself in it. You don't continue to do it. But the other perception is it drags down the native English speakers, right? Now, someone will pull out statistics saying, well, no, it doesn't. I'm just saying what people's perceptions are. I have three thoughts on it. One is is it seems like it would retard growth in both. You know, it would drag back, it would create a drag on the native English speakers, and it would retard the adoption of English of the non-native speakers. Two is it takes resources away that could be dedicated towards, you know, blocking and tackling rather than teaching Spanish to English speakers. And then third, we've had this discussion before, not you and I, but I've had this discussion with the central office, as it appears to be contrary to law. But it's allowed via loophole because it's a restart school. Restart school, there's a loophole that allows it to continue. So its days may be numbered anyway once, you know, Robbins Elementary, you know, is no longer a restart school or whatever the term is. So anyway, I just ask you to objectively take a look at it, because next time I see you, I'll ask you the same question. Because, you know, look, at the end of the day, what the professional educators' opinions are, you know, is put a lot of weight on that. Just look at it objectively.
Yes,
I'm sorry, that's what I was trying to say.
No. As being new there, right, I see great things in both our traditional and our dual language. And I think that speaks to the professional development that we pour into both sides, right? And so I feel like I need time to see the numbers, right? But as far as the teachers and their work, they're working so hard, and we're under something different this year with a 25-75% model. It's actually, they're working very hard to follow up and make sure they're doing what's best for kids, both on the traditional side and on the dual language side. So as far as having a number to it, I don't have that yet. That's for this year, right? But at the same time, definitely we'll keep an open mind.
Other members? Yes, ma'am.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
I know you're happy. I'm
I
happy
am.
for you. My question is a little off subject, only a little bit though. Your attendance.
Yes.
Have you noticed ebbs and flows, good, bad,
Ebbs
different?
and flows.
Okay.
I have we have a history. You know, we have some high flyers, but we're getting on the phone. We're making some phone calls. Hey, where are you? And that seems to do the trick. I also try to put attendance calls out, right? Where I put it in my weekly message. Don't forget, right? We're monitoring for attendance, and so I'm interested to see what this 9 weeks looks like. I don't have those numbers off the top of my head, but it is something that I worry about. We were able to take that off of our school improvement plan from last year because we met that goal, and we brought it from I feel like it was almost 41% down to about 18. Yeah, which is a huge and heavy lift, but it was a constant focus, and we reminded and put out letters and all the things. And so, with the help of the school social worker, we're already starting to push on them to make sure that they're at school. You're welcome.
Yeah, just one question and a comment, maybe. Communication with parents. Parent involvement, as you know, is very, very important in schools. And you have an ESL group, okay? Obviously, some of the children don't speak good English, but the parents sometimes don't speak English at all. And what are we doing to make sure that we're able to communicate well with parents so that, well, sometimes in immigrant communities, the children the children have the task of making decisions and explaining things to parents rather than parents explaining things to children. And if we can communicate with parents better, okay, then that takes the burden off the children and makes more mature decisions. Do you see what I'm talking
Yes, sir.
about? What are we doing to help better communicate with ESL parents, for lack of a better term?
I am fortunate. I have nine teachers that can help me with the narrative at Robbins Elementary, but I also have a parent liaison who is right by my side to help with the communication. Every week I send home a communicate message, and I translate it. She translates it for me and reads it to make sure it makes sense. And then my parents can also, my teachers can also translate for them. So if we have issues, I get someone to help me make that communication. So that's been wonderful, that I have so many people at my disposal to help get the communication out. If I need to meet with parents regarding grades or something like that, we always get a translator to the table. We also have Marisol, who can come from the county if I need that kind of level of support. But I'm very fortunate at the moment that I have 9, 10 staff members that can help me communicate if I need it.
Now, one other thing, I went to a seminar and they were talking about simultaneous translation technology and AI.
Oh, yeah.
Have you, and one corporation was talking about how they communicate with their workers using this technology. Have you looked into it? I mean, maybe even tangentially. Is that something that you're interested in?
I use AI right now.
Right.
When I type up a message, I run it through AI and hit translate. And then I send it to my translator and she reads it and corrects it if it needs it. Or sometimes she'll just translate on her own. But what we're learning together is it's much faster for me to run it through AI. It's normally almost spot on. We're talking 2 or 3 words that need to be changed sometimes. And then my parent liaison will also read those, how we get the phone calls every Sunday or Monday. My parent liaison will also, I read it in English and she turns around and reads it in Spanish. And then when we put it to Class Dojo, it will translate too. So honestly, we've got a lot of safe holds in place to make sure that the communication is there. Additionally, anything that I send home from the school, it is already translated and sent to them in both languages, front to back, every time, just to make sure that there are no translation issues.
Okay, so that's very, very good, and I'm actually really happy to learn that our technology department is providing you with whatever technology you need, and that's to be complimented to Dr. Metcalf and Dr. Locklear. So let me say on behalf of the board, once again, I think we've got some difficulties, obviously, in the school. I see you're meeting growth, which is also very good, and it's a difficult job that you've been tasked with, but I think we've got the right person for the right job, Dr. Locklear. So we thank you very, very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Robbins.
Thank you.
Great job, and we're certainly very, very much looking forward to seeing the growth this year.
Ooh,
Appreciate
I am
all
too.
your hard work. Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Renee.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Dr. Metcalf, I believe you've got a quick wrap-up before we
I do.
adjourn for the day.
Just thank you for your engagement today, and look forward to our regrouping tomorrow morning, where we will be looking at 8 schools. We will go through them very quickly tomorrow. We'll get on a pace tomorrow to get through the 8, and look forward to those principals coming in and meeting with you tomorrow. And again, thank you for your engagement today. Mr. Benway, do you have good news to share? You got an announcement. Well, I can share it. Update announcement. Mr. Benway and I work together closely on the Career and Technical Education Committee. Just got a text from Lisa Scott, who is our director of CTE, and we are in the top 10 of career credential attainment. Second year in a row, number 10 out of 115 districts, number 10. So both in grade level proficiency, we're number 10 in the state, and in career technology certification attainment. So those are certifications like pharmacy tech or CNA, where students take courses and earn those credentials so they can go right into the workforce. We're number 10 in the state of North Carolina of the 115 districts. Much to be proud of. And our Career Technical Education Department does a fantastic job, and our teachers, as you know, do tremendous work. Congrats to them. Thank you, Mr. Benway.
Board comments, I guess, or Dr. Locklear, were you going to say something?
No, sir. There's
Okay.
nothing more I can add to that. Amen is what I'll say to that.
Board comments, Ms. Caldwell. Mr. Benway.
Yeah, just one thing. I think this has been recorded, live streamed. I think every taxpayer in Moore County ought to listen in to this discussion today and get a better sense of what the school system is accomplishing. Even on the comeback road, So this has been a very educational event here, at least for me. Thank you.
Mr. Hensley? Ms. Bruno?
Yeah, I totally agree with what Mr. Benway said. I absolutely loved it. I enjoyed every minute of it. We're learning what actually goes on. I think we have awesome leaders here. I really enjoyed it.
Okay, fantastic. Go ahead, Shannon.
I don't have anything right now, thank you.
Dr. Locklear?
Nothing further. Appreciate the board's engagement, and I look forward to our presentations tomorrow.
10th out of 115 in both vocational and academics. The administration, even the board, I think something has been done right. And I think, and with these people that we've seen, Dr. Locklear, you put the right people in place, and I think the board owes you a great deal of gratitude. So I think we're all very, very proud of what we saw here today. So we thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Have an outstanding team. Thank you.
Okay. And if there's nothing further, is there a motion to adjourn? Okay. Is there a sec? Was there something else? Dr. Metcalf?
Yes.
Oh,
We're-
okay.
We'll approve
I
tomorrow's
needed-
agenda.
needed
and
a-
we'll- Yeah.
Need a second on that move to adjourn?
Who did you have? Okay, so second is Ken.
Okay. In favor, aye?
Aye.
Any opposed? We stand adjourned.